Good afternoon. My name is Peter Arlett, and I lead the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force at the European Medicines Agency, and I also co-chair the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group. It's my great pleasure to welcome you from the EMA building in Amsterdam to this Data Standardization Strategy Stakeholder Workshop. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for your participation and really for recognizing the importance of data standards, which I guess is why you've enrolled and you're taking part today. So our objectives this afternoon are to explore the benefits of data standards, to hear from different stakeholders' perspectives and use cases on data standards, and thereby contribute to establishing an EU regulatory network data standards strategy. A few logistics. The workshop will run through to about 6:20 this evening, and we will have a 20-minute break after session 1. The workshop is virtual, so I have a few rules to share with you to ensure smooth running of the meeting. Firstly, please note that by default, all attendees are muted. At the end of session 2, we have reserved time for a group discussion, and we'll be able to take questions. And if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the icon in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. When the chair gives you the floor, you'll be unmuted by the host. And once you've spoken, please click on the icon again to take down your hand. The chairs will give the floor to try and balance between stakeholder groups and respect time constraints, and therefore please do forgive us if we don't give everyone the opportunity to speak. There's also an opportunity to share your thoughts via the chat box. This is in the lower right corner of the screen, and you can use the chat. When you use the chat box, please ensure that you send a message to everybody, as we can't monitor private interventions. And finally, due to time constraints, we may not be able to read your comments during the meeting, but please note we will be copying them all and sharing them with the team within the European Regulatory Network working on data standards, so that we will be taking good note of the comments that you leave. So, having gone through the logistics, it's my great pleasure now to introduce Ema Cook, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, to give some opening remarks to our workshop. Thank you, Ema.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlett. And indeed, it's a great pleasure to be here and to welcome you to this joint EMA-HMA workshop on data standards strategy. I'm sure you're all aware that one of our priorities in the European Regulatory Network is to transform medicines regulation to be much more data-driven, so that decisions that impact products and patients are evidence-based, and this evidence comes from the analysis of data. So why do we need data standards? Data quality and the ability to link and analyze data are key components of a transformation to a data-driven regulation. Without common data standards, the collection, processing and management of large amounts of healthcare and medical product data can be difficult, inefficient and costly. And this, of course, diverts resource away from data analysis, from evidence generation and decision making that is essential for public and animal health. The creation and adoption of data standards drives up quality and facilitates analysis, adding value to the data that we collect and manage. Our workshop today is therefore focused on the development of a strategy for data standards. In early 2020, the Big Data Task Force, which is co-chaired by Dr. Arlett, prioritized the need for a data standardization strategy in order to navigate international collaboration and help us to work with standardization bodies. This is now hardwired into planning through the Network Strategy to 2025, which is a joint strategy between HMA and EMA. And it provides the mandate for our work here today. So let me just put some of this in context as part of the COVID-19 pandemic response. The need for high quality evidence-ready data has never been more apparent, and this relates to laboratory, clinical trial, and real-world data. The pandemic response has really catalyzed our collaboration on data and brought into sharp focus the need for standards that enable quality, interoperability, and rapid analysis for public health. So what can you expect from this workshop today? Well, creation of new data standards requires significant time and effort from dedicated experts, and therefore careful planning and prioritization is needed. To help guide the development of the strategy, this workshop features presentations from different stakeholder groups so that they can voice their own perspectives and priorities. Importantly, it's expected that the outcome of the workshop will be a set of recommendations on the data standards that should be adopted, adapted, or developed by the network based on stakeholder priorities. I'm very pleased to note the interest that the workshop has raised and the variety of stakeholders that are involved today. We have patient and healthcare professionals, academia, research institutes, regulatory authorities, pharmaceutical industry, as well as standard development organizations. Indeed, the entire approach to standardization is built on the concept of open consultation and collaboration. The high interest in today's event and the high response to the recent standard strategy is really very, very positive. And I wish you a fruitful and enjoyable discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. We'll move then straight on to our next introductory talk, which is from Licinio Cutramano from the European Commission DG Sante. Just by way of introduction, Licinio is an e-health interoperability architect working within DG Sante, and over the past 16 years or so, he has gained experience from research institutes to startups, national administrations, and most recently at the European Commission. For the last 5 years, he has been working as project manager and architect in the My Health at EU infrastructure. And during the last year and a half or so, Licinio has joined the European Health Data Space team with a mission to support the design of an infrastructure and ecosystem to facilitate the reuse of healthcare data for policy making, regulatory and research activities. Licinio, it's a great pleasure to have you here. We're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, in an important moment for the construction of the European Health Data Space, one of the questions that we have been asking to several stakeholders is, which are the standards? Similar to the question that we are doing here, which are the standards in which we should build so that this type of infrastructure, this endeavor can hold on for several years? So this discussion on the importance of data standards is really a key point for us in the discussions of the European Health Data Space. So moving, just a moment. So the first challenge we have is to understand what is the aim and the purpose of the European Health Data Space. And as we can see here, the Commissioner Kyriakides puts the mission quite high. We need to make the most of potential of e-health to provide high quality healthcare and reduce inequalities. That's one thing. The tool to achieve that, to unlock that, would be the European Health Data Space to promote health data exchange, support research on new preventive strategies, on treatments, medicinal devices, and outcomes. And as part of this, the cherry on top would mean that we need to keep citizens in control of their personal health data. So the vision is very ambitious for the European Health Data Space, and the challenges are also tremendous. So it needs to be accessible, affordable, and availability for everyone. There are the health threats like COVID, there are aging populations, there are chronic disease, there are cancer, we have the Beating the Cancer Plan, there is mental health, and so many others. So how this connects to the importance of standards, there are a couple of conclusions we can already take. And at this point, I would like to share with you our approach so far from DG Sante and the team that is working with us, EMA, Cdisc. We have been asking ourselves, which are the principles to select the standards? And one thing is for sure, from the previous slide, we can already embrace two principles. There is diversity of data. So there will be different data types and different data sources. And there will be in the health domain, what we are starting to see more and more is that there are different domains, what we call the sector-specific domains. We have brain, we have cancer, we have genetics, genomics. So for the standards that we are looking at, we need to always make this question. Are they specific for a specific single data type of data source, or are they specific for genomic, for mental health, for cancer? We are looking at, and we came up with the answer, that is, the principle is that we need to understand that there will always be different types of data and different type of domains. So when we select the standards, the first two things that we look at is exactly this. Can we do it for different sources, or is this specific for one certain type of data? And is this a standard for one specific domain? So these are the two first principles we would like to share with you. The second is that the European health data space is not closed into itself. The purpose of, and it's even more important when we speak about reuse of data for research, is important that we can cross data from the health domain with the other domains: agriculture, environment, energy, skills, finance. So the second question that we ask ourselves is this a standard that has the potential to be cross-sector? Or is this specific to health? And if we adopt it, we will close ourselves into health, and we will not be able to speak with other sectors. That's the third principle that we are looking at when we try to identify standards. The next one is specific health challenges that we are, or let's say health exchange challenges. We saw that regarding the access to health data for cross-border context, so meaning healthcare, when we will speak a little bit more on that, we see that there is insufficient health data exchange. And the question is why? Data is not collected, data is not there, the workflows are not established. And it's also difficult in a cross-border situation for citizens to exercise their control over data. So I'm in another country, what can I do to bring my data to this country here? So we are looking at that, and we are seeing how standards can change that, and how efficient standards can change that. And the second pillar that is quite important is the access to health data for secondary purposes, being research, policy making. We see low reuse of health data for research and policy making. Why are those challenges there? Why is this not possible? Then we go for cross-border access to rules that change between different countries, and that makes unclear and cumbersome the use of data, the reuse of data. And then we see as well that there are several infrastructures already working, but very specific for each domain. So what we look at this, and what we start to understand is that if we want to make reuse of health data EU-wide and take out these constraints about data protection, any standard that we select needs to be privacy preserving to make sure that the patient is aware, the patient has granted access and is controlling it. And they also need to be extensible. What that means, it connects a little bit with the embrace diversity, meaning that we need to select base standards. But one of the characteristics of the standards is that they need to be able to extend to different purposes of use that they were originally selected. Going to the next page. Now working regarding the healthcare, why are we speaking about healthcare in the patient summary, and you will see the prescription afterwards. So the My Health at EU already enables the exchange of clinical data for healthcare purposes. It's not for secondary purposes, research, it's for healthcare purposes. And in order to achieve the patient summary, so Licinium is in a foreign country, and it goes to the hospital, and the doctor is able to retrieve a patient summary, meaning a list of the most relevant information about Licinium to take care of Licinium. In order to achieve that, we needed to work heavily on a standards framework. And we got to that standards framework that is called, we got standards specific for how these documents are, let's say, created and established, but we also look at the vocabularies, the control vocabularies that you need to use to express the meaning inside of the content. And that's the same for patient summary as well as for the second service available cross-border, that is the e-prescription when you are abroad. So in terms of lessons learned from this, these two, we need to be able to work, standards need to be able to work with structured data. That's really impressive, the power that structured data allows. For healthcare, it allows in particular translation, which is very important in the context of Europe, since there are different languages. But we also need to acknowledge that not all data is structured. So we also need to have standards that are able to convey data in unstructured way, but at least create the context, the containers where this data is going to. So the principle here is that we need to be able to deal with structured and unstructured data. We need to take care, we need to be able to use diverse data models and formats. We should not put as the cornerstone one specific data model, one specific format, because this infrastructure, the European health data space and everything related, should be able to endure in time, and with time, standards, data models will evolve and may change. The other point is control vocabularies. We recognize that there are the international vocabularies that are somehow easy to translate because you have a reference, that is the English, or there is the original language in that vocabulary is expressed, and then each country can translate the international vocabulary to their own language. But then there are the national vocabularies, and those are the most concerning for us in terms of if we want to extract meaning at EU level, it's much more complicated to extract meaning from a national vocabulary that has a specific meaning in that culture, in that context. So we are also looking which are the vocabularies that have the potential to overcome that barrier about the national specificity. So we want to have, and this is extremely important for secondary use of health data. And the last point that we wanted to do, and I think that everyone around this table is kind of familiar with the FAIR principles here, but in terms of, we like to stress that it's not the only thing that the standards need to be, but because all the principles that we have identified before, they are trying to tackle one specific issue. The FAIR principles relate very much with or at least the perspective that we see, relate very much to this idea of the rich metadata, unique identifiers of this data available through standard protocols, this idea that access to data should be in a way not connected with specific technology, should be something that can grow over time. Interoperable, meaning that we should try to at the most to agree on standards that describe the data that we are using. And the last but not the least, we should, in terms of reusability, it should be clear which are the reuse conditions. And this should be described not in a country specific, but an Europe-wide way to say which are the reuse conditions in which you can use this data. So we add some flavor to the FAIR principles to say that one of the principles that we should look at when selecting our standards is to be fair in terms of what we just described. How are we taking this selection and these conversations with stakeholders trying to identify? We have created this very clear framework that goes for three. Horizontally, you see that we look at for healthcare purposes, which are the standards that are being used there. And then we look to the two other layers, better policymaking and regulatory activities, which are the standards there, and for research, which are the standards there. And when we look at that, we look also from legal, quality of data, infrastructure, and capacity building. At this point, so far, we have been focusing ourselves in the infrastructure part. So we spoke that My Health at EU is up and running. So we are now running a pilot where we bring EMA, ECD, ECDC, several research infrastructures, and trying to identify which are the standards that follow these principles for the European health data space and can help us to scale up. I think that in terms of next steps, if you want to also be part of the construction of the European health data space, one important aspect that you can contribute is to take advantage of the public consultation that is currently open. And of course, this is not only on standards, it's in the general legislative proposal for the European Health Data Space. There is a link, and this is open until the 26th of July this year. You can engage in activities like the joint action TEDAS that is supporting, and you can also contact us, be part of the group that is working on the pilot European Health Data Space 2, where 2 stands for secondary use of health data, infrastructure pilot, where we are building this architecture of standards as a baseline for the selection of standards for the European Health Data Space. I hope this provides some baseline for the discussion as well on standards, and we look forward to hear some of your suggestions on standards and approaches. Thank you very much.
Lucinio, thank you very much indeed. That was right on target and highly relevant to our discussion here today. So thank you for that, and I hope you can stay for the discussions and hear the stakeholders' presentations in the later sessions. We move now on to a presentation from Jesper Kjær. Jesper is heading the Danish Data Analytics Center at the Danish Medicines Agency. He's got more than 20 years experience in life sciences from academia and industry related to data management, software development and analytics. He's also a very active member of the Big Data Steering Group between HMA and the European Medicines Agency. So Jesper, you're going to tell us about the Big Data Task Force and the Big Data Steering Group and the recommendations on developing a data standard strategy, which I guess is the basis for all of our work that we're discussing this afternoon. So over to you, Jesper.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, indeed. This will be kind of the starting point for everything else that will happen today, but especially inform us, as you'll see throughout the day. So taking a quick look at Priority 9, where this resides, also from the network itself, the need for data standardization as a strategy for this. I hope most of you are familiar with the phase 2 report that came out from HMA and EMA and the Big Data Steering Group task force back then around the 11 recommendations. Not to go through all these 61 pages in this, but the one that we'll get into, which is the recommendation 9, really, if you read through the reports, you'll actually start to identify that in 69 cases, we talk about standards. That's also procedural standards for what we do, analytical standards. If we go into data standards and data standardization, we actually mentioned that 15 times. And also CDM, or common data model, is mentioned a total of 11 times. So basically every single page you flip, you'll talk about, or you'll see or talk about standards. So it's really something that underlines all of the elements that you see came forward as the top priorities, and it really builds a foundation for all of the activities wherever we look. The recommendation 9 itself is what you experience today, is the way to collaborate with international initiatives on big data. And we also heard Emma Cook talk about this, how we can get involved in this, support the development of the guidelines at the international multi-level lateral fora, and then have this data standardization strategy delivered through standards bodies and bilateral collaboration, sharing of best practices with international partners. So really use what is out there and co-collaborate to further expand on the data standards that are needed. If we take a quick look into the different tracks, this actually goes on the international initiatives as well. This is where we have the standardization workshop today. And all of the input you give from the use cases, from the standardization organizations, will really shape and inform the data standardization strategy for us to then bring that into further details. From the network of the national competent authorities within HMA, just wanted to highlight the strategic focus areas that we have set out with a report on this too, reaching to 2025. The focus areas are availability and accessibility of medicines, data analytics, digital tools, digital transformation, innovation, antimicrobial resistance and other emerging health threats, supply chain challenges, sustainability of the network, and operational excellence. Now, actually, all of these, you will also see elements of data standardization and work around that. and the need for that. But if we take a deep dive into one of them, the data analytics, digital tools, and digital transformation, that is where you'll see the majority of the need and the goal that we want to achieve. So let's have a look at the goals from the network perspective between the national competent authorities. Goal 1 is really to enable access to an analysis of routine healthcare data analysis of individual patient data from clinical trials, promote standardization of targeted data. I think that is right on in terms of in order to achieve that goal, we need the data standards for that particular purpose. For goal 2 is to build sustainable capability and capacity within the network, including statistics, epidemiology, real-world data, and advanced analytics. Also here, data standards actually play a role underneath to ease and make it easier to build that capability. Goal 3, promote dynamic regulation and policy learning with current regulatory framework. Again, there will be an element of data standards in this, a little more hidden, but definitely also in there in order to achieve that. And goal 4, ensure that data security and ethical considerations are embedded in the governance of data within the network. That also really goes to the data standards and the mechanisms to transport data, but potentially also leave data where it is, as you will learn a little more about when we talk the Darwin EU network. So, and that's part of the objective with goal 1 is really to deliver a sustainable platform to access and analyze healthcare data across the EU through the Darwin EU. Now, there will be a number of different data standards underneath of that, and we will have to learn the languages for all of those, but also strive towards simplicity to some degree, but it really goes by taking what is there and adhere to the existing standards. Objective 2, pilot the analysis of individual patient-level data from clinical trials, initial market authorization assessments with a view to a targeted rollout of such analysis. And it goes without saying that there are some other data standards there that may not be in the healthcare sector that obviously would be of relevance for us to use for achieving that goal through that objective. Objective 3, establish collaboration with external stakeholders, as we're discussing here today, as we did with the metadata workshop, and we also did with the AI workshop. And in all of those, it's a multi-fora group coming together, including patients, academia, NGOs, and industry with international regulatory authorities on the big data work and really collaborating to achieve these things. On objective 4, establish the EU framework for data quality, discoverability, representativeness through agreement for metadata for regulatory purposes. And for this, we had a specific workshop, I think, about a couple of weeks back on the topic, and we are definitely not done on that work, more to come on that. And that also hits a standardization roadmap and registers for real-world data sources and observational studies in addition to that. For the goal 2, the EU network capability to analyze big data, it almost goes without saying that the more data standards we have for that, the easier that becomes from a technical perspective. But it's definitely an important piece that we're able to share things amongst each other based on data standards, code, processes, data understanding, and so forth. On the objective 2 for the digital transformation of the EU's network scientific and regulatory process to enable use of digital tool analytics, again, data standards will be utterly important to really work with the data from the EHR, the registries, and the devices. And for many of these, there will be well-established standards. For others, there will not be as well-established standards. And obviously, there's an unmet need in some of those areas. Goal 3, with objective 1 on that, modernize the delivery of scientific advice at central and national level by developing network skill and processes. There will be use of data in some of those perspectives. We still need to define that further, but again, data standards will actually be important for that. And for goal 4, ensure data managed and analyzed with a secure ethical governance framework. Probably goes beyond and next to or even above data standards, but really just making sure that we do adhere to the needed security and ethical governance frameworks that we need to abide to. that was kind of the brief introduction as to the need from the network to really take on data standards and be more extensive users of that, but also highlighting that in the big data steering group activity, this recommendation 9 is really why we're all here today, to inform that through our presentations and discussions, and very much looking forward to that for the rest of the workshop. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jesper. Thanks to Jesper Kjær from the Danish Medicines Agency for anchoring our discussions this afternoon in the work planning of the European Regulatory Network, so we understand the context of our discussions today. Let's now look at this from a slightly different angle, and I'm very pleased to introduce Ilaria Del Seppia, who's going to talk about data initiatives in the veterinary domain. Ilaria is a data scientist at the EMA, working in the Veterinary Medicines Division, and leads the development of the EMA Veterinary Data Strategy. She also provides oversight on data aspects and implementation of the new vet medicines regulation. So I'm very pleased that Ilaria is able to join us today to give us a vet perspective. Over to you, Ilaria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for providing me with the opportunity to give you a bit of an insight on the initiative that are currently going on in the vet domain in relation to data. So, as you may be aware, at present, the agency and the entire EU regulatory network is very much focused on the implementation of the new vet regulation, which is coming into force on 28th of January 2022. And these require the implementation of some fundamental system, which are the Union Medicinal Product Database, the UPD system, the Union Pharmacovigilance Database, the database which is going to manage the collection of antimicrobial sales and use, and also the database which is going to manage the manufacturers and the wholesale distributors. So these are the primary solutions that are going to be developed in the context of the VMP regulation. And on the right-hand side, you can see the interconnect of these systems. So they are all going to be based on standard terminologies, which are managed at the agency through the SPOR management system, so the substance, the organization, and the referential master data management system. This will supply the terminology in the Union Product Database, which is going to be the underpinning system supplying the veterinary medicinal product information to the other systems that are going to be implemented. And I'm also glad to announce that just yesterday we released the implementation guide with the format and the standards for the supply of the medicinal product information in the Union Product Database. So I welcome the colleagues to have a look at the new format that we published yesterday and that the member states will use to supply the information on vet medicines information in the UPD system by the 28th of January 2022. This important milestone will allow the codification and the analysis of safety information reported in the Union Pharmacovigilance Database. We also underpin the antimicrobial sales and use, and also will support the manufacturer and wholesale distributor database. And all of this information will then contribute in improving the access to public information for what concerns vet medicines and incidence data and antimicrobial data report through the web portal. So in this context, and building upon the VMP regulation implementation, the agency is also, of course, revising the procedures, the processes, and the system. And in doing so, the ambition is to embrace a data culture. We are also enhancing the current vet regulatory requirements with the use of new digital technologies. And the ambition is really to be the pioneer of the digital transformation at the agency for what pertains vet medicines regulation, but also to stimulate discussion across the regulatory network. And also in this context, at the agency, in the last half of 2020, we developed an EMA vet data strategy. This document is effectively defining the vision to establish a roadmap to essentially develop solution in the context of the vet regulatory projects, but also looking into the possibilities and the opportunity that new digital technologies are offering, and to embed these in the new system. And also the vision is also that this document will provide a baseline to open the discussion with our stakeholders, and also to drive the discussion with the EU Medicines Regulatory Network for the drafting of a pan-European vet data strategy. As you have heard already today, so the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group was established in May 2020 to address 10 recommendations that were proposed, in fact, by the Big Data Task Force in 2019. But in the course of 2020, these 10 recommendations actually grew into 11, and the 11th was to address the vet business cases and the veterinary data specific remit. In this context, in the last half of 2020, we established the so-called Veterinary Big Data Team, which is formed at the moment by experts of the EU National Competent Authority and colleagues from EMA. And with this group, we perform an analysis on the application of big data in the vet domain that was presented at the Big Data Steering Group in December 2020. And also this was also shared with the Committee on Vet Medicinal Products, the CVMP, which both endorse and recognize the need of drafting a pan-European veterinary big data strategy to essentially understand what are the benefits the new digital technologies will bring into the vet regulatory arena. Also, as part of the 11th recommendation, we are also pursuing stakeholders engagement. And in this context, we are organizing a vet big data stakeholder forum for the 1st and the 2nd of June. So just to wrap up on what are the ongoing activities at present, as I said, we are very much focused with the entire regulatory network and also the pharmaceutical industry in implementing the VMP regulation solutions. We are also progressing with the first draft of the European Vet Big Data Strategy, as supported by the Big Data Steering Group and the CVMP, and in cooperation with the Head of Medicines Agency. And also, in parallel with these, we are contributing with the activities that are essentially led by the Big Data Steering Group, one of which is, in fact, the data standard strategy. It is worth mentioning that, of course, as you may notice, we are very busy with the implementation of the new vet regulation, and essentially the preliminary inputs that we are giving to the vet data standards, to the data standard strategy, are based on the solution that we are currently developing in the context of the legislation implementation. We are also sharing, of course, the contribution based on the EMA vet data strategy, and also based on the analysis that we did with the vet big data team on the application of big data in the vet domain. But of course, all the contributions are very preliminary, and the discussion will actually open on the 1st and the 2nd of June with all our stakeholders, being the vet practitioners, pharmaceutical industry, health management system, animal health service provider, farm management service provider, as well as academia. And we will be able to supplement more consistent and solid contribution to the initiative that you are leading. But we are very, very pleased to be here today to hear the discussion and to really understand what are the synergies that we can build with the human colleagues. So just as my final slide, I take also the opportunity, of course, to invite you all at the Vet Big Data Stakeholder Forum. As I said, this is going to be scheduled on the 1st and the 2nd of June. It's a day and a half event. It's the first event which is essentially organized for the vet regulatory domain. And the ambition is really to build awareness and to bring all the stakeholders together to share needs, ambitions, limitations and opportunities, but also to really inspire future activities and to suggest concrete follow-up initiatives to inform the European vet big data strategy. So I really would like to invite you to register to the event. The registration is open until 25th of May, and also further program details is also available on the EMA website link. So I think it's everything from my side, and I really am looking forward to follow the discussion today at this workshop. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ilaria. And really good to know that the registration is open and people can follow the workshop on the 1st and 2nd of June. I was recently able to listen into the discussions on vet big data, and it was fascinating to hear about the opportunities from farm management systems, for example, as well as collection of data from vets. So I think there's an awfully rich world out there that we need to mine in order to benefit decision making in the vet domain as well as obviously in the human domain. I think that the real challenge is probably big data from bees, but maybe we can explore that on the 1st and 2nd of June.
You will hear at the forum, Peter. Yes.
Thank you, Ilaria. Now, my understanding is that we're running a few minutes ahead, and what I would suggest we do, because we're ever adaptable, ever agile, is that we just pause for a couple of minutes, and we will start session 1 on the European Medicines Regulatory Network Data Standard Strategy at 2:20 precisely. So go make yourself a coffee, have a couple of minutes of free time, and then we'll start prompt at 20:20. Thank you very much indeed. So colleagues, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the very short break, managed to grab a coffee. I'm very pleased to hand over now to Hilma Hamann, who heads the Division of Information Management here at the European Medicines Agency. And Hilma will steer us through the next session, which is on the data standard strategy. Over to you, Hilma. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Peter. So first of all, it's a real pleasure to be here and participate in this exciting workshop. I have the pleasure to chair this session 1 with a focus on the progress on the EMRN data strategy. I would like to welcome everyone, and especially also the distinguished speakers that we have in this session. So as Peter said, I'm the head of information management at the European Medicines Agency, and more recently I've also become the chair of the EU Network Data Board. I think this has been a good learning experience, and I think the topic of data is pervasive and is becoming increasingly important for the entire network. So again, it's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to a very informative and productive session. So the focus of this session is really to lay a little bit the foundation and for the session 2, where we will discuss in more detail the specific stakeholder requirements. And this session is also broken into 2 parts, where the first is to give you an update on where we are in the process of developing the strategy for data standards and on the work that has been done in terms of assessing the landscape of data standards and what's available to us. We will then also hear about the feedback from a stakeholder survey that was conducted recently that helped us to identify relevant use cases where these standards can bring value or help us to meet our regulatory objectives better. And then in the second part, we will hear from a number of the international standardizations or standard development organizations and associated efforts or projects at the international level. And we will hear about how this actually aligns and links with the work we are trying to do. And therefore, I'm really excited about a great selection of speakers we've been able to invite to this session. And they will really help us to get the SDO perspective. Now, I have to do a little bit of timekeeping here, obviously, and if the time permits, we will allow for a few questions, which you can put into the chat. Otherwise, there will definitely be time later during the panel discussion where you can then ask questions related to this session. So in order to get us kicked off, I would like to invite Nick Halsey to give an update on the efforts or the progress made on the data standardization. And to introduce Nick real quick, Nick is a data scientist at the European Medicines Agency. He works in the task force for data analytics and methods. And he's supporting really most activities around pharmacovigilance and the electronic submissions related to it. And he's been a key contributor at the international level in developing international data standards related to pharmacovigilance through ISO, ICH, and also HL7. So Nick, with this, I would like to pass the ball to you.
Thank you, Hilmar. Okay, so I'm just going to give a quick update on the data standardization strategy document, because it's not just something we started very recently. We've been working since December last year, and the plan is that later this year we'll be able to publish the document, but I'll give some more information later on. So the intention is to provide an insight into the development of the current data standardization strategy for the European Medicines Regulatory Network. So it's not EMA document, it's not a national competent authority, it's a collection of all our requirements as medicines regulators into what we foresee as a strategic need for development of or adoption of existing data standards. So later on, as Hilmar mentioned, I'll go into the survey results where we actually identify use cases, but I'll also talk about the interviews that we performed with experts to identify really the needs and the pinch points where the collection and processing of data is causing a lot of time in cleaning the data or manipulating the data into a way to be able to really analyze it. So it's looking to make things more efficient. So during the process of development of this strategy, the first thing that we did was to go out and have a look at the landscape. And what we mean by landscape is what is out there that's already available in terms of data standards. So looking at the standard development organizations, what they have available as existing standards. Have a look at the EU policies. So what's the direction of travel in terms of digital health and how that's influencing the medicines regulatory network in terms of the data that we need to be able to do our job in public health. So looking at this landscape of both policy and also availability of standards was the first start. So we built up this list of a portfolio of documents and standards to review later on. The next step that we did was to identify a set of experts to interview. So these are interviews that were carried out mostly with EMA staff, so getting experts from across the life cycle of medicines regulation and having a look at what their needs are for data. So to understand what they need and to put those into the document and identify common goals and objectives from the policy documents that I'll show you later. The stage that we're at now is that the survey has been completed and we're doing the workshop to really go into detail and collect priorities from the different stakeholder groups, because we need to balance the different needs of the people that rely on the information that's provided by the regulatory network, but also the data that's collected and used by the regulatory network for informing its decisions. And then finally, after we've done all this analysis work, we'll have a set of recommendations that can lay the foundations for the future work, which will be to adopting, adapting and developing new standards in the future. In terms of strategic direction, we have a number of documents that we referred to as they all influence what we've direction we need to take in terms of data standardization. So you heard from the first session of the morning, of the afternoon, sorry, about the guidelines from the Commission and the EU digital strategy through to 2025. So these are key directions that we need to follow, and they have particular priorities and objectives that guide us in terms of where health data is going. We also have the EU data strategy that has its pillars, which we heard also about earlier in the webinar. And we'll take those as the starting points for directing us for goals and objectives for the data standards strategy. In terms of the analysis of what's out there available as already existing data standards, we had a look at a number of SDOs and also maintenance organizations. So SNOMED, MEDRA, EDQM and such are more maintenance organizations for standard terminologies, which they make available for use in healthcare settings. But we also looked at the SDOs that we have presentations from later on. So ISO, HL7, CEN, and Cdisc. We looked through their portfolio of standards and then looked where they fit with the use cases that were collected so far, and with future ones we can identify whether those particular standards meets the needs of those use cases identified by the experts and the stakeholder community. So we collected a large number of standards to review and to categorize those, and worked out which ones might be appropriate for later discussion and adoption. We also looked at IT systems at the EU level. So where they have a plan to implement standards, we needed to look and fit that into the overall landscape to see the direction of those IT systems and how they could influence the strategy going forward. Because if they already plan to implement a standard, we need to capture that so that we know that that work is going ahead. So there's a lot of data on this slide, but the main taking points is that we interviewed over 80 people, and from those interviews we gathered over 360 use cases. So that's a lot of use cases. I wouldn't say all of them relate to data standards. A lot of the use cases relate to business needs in terms of either an IT system improvement or procedural changes that would make things more efficient. So not always the use cases relate to a data standard, but they're important observations that we've recorded and can be passed on. Similar situation with the survey. So we had 70 organizations responding to the survey, and from those we've identified nearly 200 use cases related to specific standards, or more generally to the requirements and needs for standards for their particular area of expertise, or for their particular stakeholders groups that they represent. And the background documents I have listed there, but I'm not going to read them out. But there's a lot of strategic documents to read through to glean from that information the objectives that we need to align with. Okay, so in terms of current status, as I mentioned, we started in December last year with, first of all, the planning phase, and then conducting the landscape analysis and the interviews, which we used as the basis for how we were going to create the survey and for constructing the agenda and initial set of use cases to provide to the speakers so that they could provide their feedback and their own opinions onto those and the priorities of those. So a lot of the work has been done, and the current status, we're just doing the workshop today. In the next few weeks we have to collate all this information into a final report at the end of June. And on the next slide, or the one after this slide, we'll have a draft of the data standardization strategy, which will be a document that has the similar sort of format to the other big data steering group format of documents. So we have executive summary, strategic reflection, goals, objectives, but the key point will be the recommendations. That's where the direction for and real work will start from is the recommendations section. In terms of key goals and objectives, I think Jesper already mentioned these, but the key top 6 there are availability and accessibility of medicines, the tools and digital transformation to support analytics, regulatory science and innovation as being a key to improving decision making. Antimicrobial resistance is featured highly in a lot of documents. It's the supply chain challenges and making sure that medicines are available is seen as a key factor to concentrate on, and also the sustainability of the regulatory network itself. So in terms of next steps for this document, so once we've completed this workshop, we will complete the analysis of all the use cases and complete a set of draft recommendations and take those recommendations to project teams, because there's various projects ongoing in Europe at the moment. So you have the electronic product information is established, and some of the use cases might affect the work that they're doing. So we need to make sure that we're in line with what they're planning in their roadmap. Then once we have those set of recommendations agreed, we'll need to go to the Big Data Steering Group and the European Network Data Board to consult those groups before heading to the Management Board and Heads of Medicines Agency for endorsement of the final strategy document. What I should say is that this document is not set in stone. It's expected that over the years it will be updated, because as standards get adopted, those recommendations will be met and new ones will appear. So it will need to be planned for additional updates to this document over the coming years, and we're expecting the Big Data Steering Group to publish in its work plan in September of this year some outlines as to the updates for this strategy document. And step 4 will be the actual implementation. So looking at the recommendations and the projects to implement those into actual technical, perhaps IT systems, or into guidelines, adopting them into guidelines. But you can expect that there's always going to be an IT component to any of these data standards, because if you're moving data around or accessing data, you need IT systems to be able to support those. So that's it for my first slide. So for my first presentation set, so I can move on to the next one straight away if you want to save a bit of time, Hilma.
I think it would be good if you just continue with this part, and then we can pause for a minute and see if there's any questions. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, so in this session, I'm going to provide a bit of scope for data standards, because some of the responses that we had during the interviews and the stakeholder surveys didn't always equate to data standards. Sometimes they relate more to policy or perhaps more legal aspects than a data standard for allowing analysis of data or exchange of data, or facilitating other aspects of public health. So just to put a little bit of boundaries on what the strategy can do, I'm going to give a few slides just to give examples and provide a bit of guidance as to what we can include in the document and what might be a bit too difficult to put in a data standardization strategy. So we quite often refer to data standards, and when we talk about data standards, it brings back different meanings to different people. They don't always have the same understanding. We use the term quite liberally without actually defining what we mean when we say standard. So when you talk about international standards, I have on the screen there a definition. An international standard provides rules, guidance, characteristics, activities, basically aimed at harmonizing and making things easier. But it doesn't really say how that data standards achieve that. We all know that data standards are important. Sometimes we have legal obligations. We have to use that standard. So ISO IDMP, ISO SSR standards are ones that we have to use because the legislation has them in there. But they're there for a good reason, because we know that with them we can collect information and use that information to further our knowledge. Standardization is quite often in the data field about exchange format, so the way that you transfer data from one system to another, or provide access to the data held within a system, so you don't necessarily have to transfer it anywhere, but you have access to it and you know how to query it. And improved data provisioning, so again, that's a type of exchange, so making it easier for people to take your data and use it for the processes that they need to run with your data. And so it all leads to harmonization and less effort in terms of data management, data processing, and analysis. So we also have the standard development organizations, which are the bodies that are recognized to work in the space of getting the experts together, collaborating, and reaching consensus about data standards. ICH, not so much as a data standard setting organization these days. They use ISO and HL7 and others to create data standards, but they write the implementation guides. So when you have data standards, you don't always have the data standard defining the terminologies. So an implementation guide is quite often needed to agree the terminologies that go into the data fields. So data standards don't always make everything completely fixed, and that's for a good reason. There can always be the need that for a different type of exchange, you want to use the same standard, but the party that you're exchanging data with doesn't use the terminology set that you use for exchange with other parties. So the standards sometimes offer a level of flexibility, and that flexibility is useful because it allows you to use the same standard but modify it and still keep within the standard for a different type of exchange that you hadn't initially designed the standard for. So flexibility has benefits, but also needs to be controlled through business rules and agreements with other parties for international exchange. So as I mentioned, it wasn't always, I don't think we've always been clear when we say data standard, because sometimes when you ask that question during interview, you get some slightly different responses back from the participant in the person being interviewed or the person filling in the stakeholder survey. They have their own idea of what the problem is. So if you ask them what's your problem that you need to fix with the day-to-day work that you do with data, you sometimes come back with responses like the IT systems aren't connected, so it makes collating the data really difficult and making the decisions on that. So that there's part of a data component, part of an architectural issue perhaps with the system, but it tends to be more of an IT problem that needs addressing, or with the underlying, if you have multiple databases, how to connect those databases together. A data standard might not necessarily resolve that for your particular business need. Another example is someone reported that they sometimes get DICOM images in the data set that they get submitted as part of a regulatory review, and they don't have a tool to open those DICOM images, and so they don't have an IT software tool that enables them to do that. So that's more of a business need rather than a data standard. However, it's an interesting question, should that DICOM imaging format be acceptable in that dossier submission? Should that be part of the implementation guide for the submission of that data to the regulatory authority? Then yes, that could be an adoption of the standard. So that's kind of a mixed one. And then someone else was pointing out that in different countries, different standards exist, and sometimes they're proprietary, and there's too many standards to choose from. So yes, that can happen. That's why you need a strategy and agreement So it's more pointing out the need for a standardization strategy and for people to come together and adopt one and agree an implementation of that to cover the particular use cases and business needs. And then the final one I picked out here is a common issue is ECDD, so Common Technical Dossier for the submission of application for a medical medicine license, has a set of documents, and they're mostly PDF. So the person assessing those documents has to use Control F, so Control Find, to find out particular bits of information that they need in those documents. And so we haven't moved on for a lot of our data exchanges from paper to electronic paper. We call it PDF, but it's unstructured data, and the trouble that we have with unstructured data is highlighted by having to use basic tools to be able to find and identify information. So just to give an example from my past, really, because straight out of university, one of my first jobs was data entry. I'm sure we've all done a bit of it in the past, but I used to process adverse drug reaction forms, and it used to drive me crazy because there's someone sat at the other end creating one of these paper forms, typing into their database, 250 odd fields. They type it in, print it off, and then fax it or put it in the post. And then we received it, put it through the scanner, then retype those 250 data fields. Immense effort, immense wastage of time, because these reports would be sent around the world and everyone would have to process it. So the one case would probably be entered 20, 30, 40 times around the world, and sometimes even more than that. So time and effort was taken internationally to develop the electronic format for that. And now we have the ability to process 10,000 forms per day with just a few people maintaining the system. So all that processing, all that data entry, we don't have data entry staff doing this because it's all automated. We're lucky because we don't receive cases directly from healthcare professionals like the national competent authorities do. But the processing of the data, once it's in an electronic format, has very little effort, and the analysis is very speedy with that. So it's kind of an example of where we want to be with lots of the paper forms and the paper data that we want, that we get now, is to move away from this manual process. Once someone enters it into a computer system, that's done once and we don't have to redo that anywhere else. So as you may know, I was involved in the project to create the ISO/ISSR standard, and it follows a set of steps to get from the paper format to an electronic standard. So I'm just putting up as an example process that we followed. So we started out with a paper form. Those were turned into a set of data fields and data types. So there's a date field, what's the minimum date that you have. This is a numeric field, it's a code list, etc. And then we had to go through the process of agreeing definitions and business rules for each of those fields. Is it mandatory? Is it optional? Is it mandatory optional, depending on other data available? So that takes time. The next step, creating the logical model, follows on from your understanding of the relationships between the data elements and how they're grouped together. And you can often stop there with a data standard. The logical model is enough. If you want to access data in a system, if you have the logical model, you don't need to exchange the data. You go into the system, you access it in that logical model. You understand the logical model. As long as you have the tools that follow that logical model, that's enough for doing the data analysis. However, if you need to exchange that data, you need to go one step further, which is to create a message exchange format, or usually starting with a message exchange model. And then from that model, you can create the XML or JSON format of files. And that's what you use for your implementation. And at the end of the process, you create the standard. So either the logical model or the logical model plus the messaging model. What is out of scope of data standards is the actual implementation, the physical model. And sometimes the implementation guides themselves are separate documents that are agreements between parties in terms of specific data fields where you have to choose a medical terminology one over another. So an example of what we talk about when we say data standards is this is the work that needs to go on to really define the data that you're exchanging or you're accessing. Another important point for the medicines regulatory network is for this group of regulatory agencies, we have certain legal obligations that have to be met. So sometimes those obligations refer to a specific data standard that we have to implement. We don't have a choice. It says it in the law, we do it. So ISO IDMP being one, and then the ISO ICSR was another example of that. Then there's the second category, which is we don't have an obligation in the law to specifically use one standard over another. And this is where we have the ability to choose and to agree as a group collectively what standard we want to do. And this can be at a European level or at an international level. So we don't have an obligation, but it's our jurisdiction. It's about pharmaceutical products, it's about veterinary products or human products. This is our domain, our space that we're responsible for in terms of public health. So here we have the biggest wriggle room for that. So any that fit into these two is very easy to put into a strategy because this is something that we can agree and we can adopt, adapt, develop, and without issue. The third category is a bit more tricky. That's where we don't have an obligation and we don't have a jurisdiction. So if you think about how healthcare is performed, so doctors doing data entry of health records is not something that the medicines regulators can dictate. However, when the discussions go ahead as to what standards are used or what use cases are needed for this healthcare data, the regulatory agencies have specific needs that need to be met in terms of that data set because it has an implication on public health and the usage of the medicines that the regulatory authorities have authorized. So in this kind of fora, the regulatory network can influence, it can put experts there, it can put its case forward for why a specific data field is needed or a data set should be made available for analysis purposes. So this is the slightly grey area where strategy can put resources into it, but not necessarily control that space. We can influence, but we can't control. So in terms of the survey results, we had quite a good feedback, as I mentioned before, quite a good geographical spread of organisations participating. So we're quite happy that we reached out and received a good response. Now to get to the real important part, which is what we collected. So we've organised the use cases into a set of themes, and the themes are always linked. Sometimes a theme has a use case which crosses over several of them. So omnics or genomics has an influence on product information, but it's also used in real-world evidence and observational studies. So there's a lot of, we tried to put it as much into the overall themes, the main theme, where that use case would fit, and try to put it logically. So we have identified quite a few set of themes. One that's not really on there, which came a bit too late, was a few requirements related to supply chain, which unfortunately we received after I'd already done the slides. So they're not completely missing. We'll capture those later. So I'm just going to present some of the use cases, and I'm sorry for the slides being rather busy, but this is really important for the next session, so the session after this one, where we get into the real use cases and prioritization and the stakeholder opinions. So one of the themes coming out of the interviews, and it was raised by a few of the people in the survey, is product information. Currently, the regulators publish product information as PDF documents, and they go either as an SMPC or the labeling leaflet that you get in a package of medicine. And so that information gets packaged at one point in time, and then it could be sitting on a pharmacy shelf for a year or two, and it's out of date with the latest information for that product. So there are some use cases about having this information in a digital form and in a way that can be used, that data can be used for clinical decision support. So imagine if this data was structured, the clinical particulars, so the indication of the drug, the contraindication of the drug were structured, and then the doctor looking for a treatment for their patient, the clinical decision support could scan the contraindications already and flag up anything that the patient has which would say that they shouldn't really be treated with this medicine, or they should have some extra caution with considering using this treatment for their patient. So this can facilitate the clinical decision support systems. I know that those systems also use additional sources of information. So in the UK, NICE data would also be fed into those systems as well. But the basic regulatory information that comes as part of the authorization of the product will at least be in a format that would support that. So this is quite an interesting use case, and there's a project ongoing on electronic product information, and the structuring of the clinical particulars is an area which would have significant benefit for patients and healthcare providers. So I won't talk too much about that, but the other things related to the product information is linkage of product information to IDMP information, and there's also some business use cases where the regulators struggle with parallel imports, where there's basically a copy paste of the product information into another label, as the organization that repackages that medicine has to do its own insert for the product. And there's a lot of work that's evolved around doing that process, which would benefit from it being automated. Okay, and IDMP came up a lot during the surveys, so everyone sees the importance of this. There's the Unicum project, which is taking this forward, so we might hear about that later. Some of the other use cases in this section were about inspections, so pharmacovigilance inspections or processing inspections, so the GXP set of inspections that performed on authorized medicines, and looking how the manufacturing sites are adhering to the requirements for the safe production of those medicines. And so the inspectors were saying that they need a certain set of data which will support those activities. Some of the information that they're requiring would require additional development of IDMP, which would be a challenge because those that know about ISO IDMP, there's a specified substance group level 4 which contains a lot of manufacturing information, and that would be a significant investment. So that kind of requirement needs to be looked at in further detail to see how the specific requirements could be fed into the roadmap for IDMP. But that's more of a long-term a goal for collecting that level of data. But it exists in the standard, but it's more of agreeing to a time frame or looking at the feasibility of implementing that level of detail and manufacturing information. So we might hear some more from different opinions on that. And there's a use case for the veterinary requirements which may affect IDMP. So veterinary union product database may require some amendments or adaptations to the existing IDMP standard to fulfill their particular set of requirements for veterinary medicinal products. So product information goes on. Again, there's further requirements related to inspection data, so collecting inspections that were performed and in the past, and so that it enables the inspectors to collate the data and share it amongst themselves so that they can plan follow-up inspections or do risk-based tracking and prioritization of their work. So inspectors were quite keen on collecting structured data on products and some of the information within the ECGD they'd want in a structured way to facilitate the work. So this is very regulatory business needs at the moment I'm providing here, but this is the feedback that I'm reporting to you that we received during interviews with the inspectors. And then there was further information and further requests for specified substance group level 4 data. Again, that's a challenging aspect, but we can look at that into the future. Sorry, I've just been told to get a little bit closer. Okay, so the final one on product information is about quality assessments that's currently collected in PDF formats. So the quality information, again, would require that specified substance group level 4 information to be structured. And so there's some challenges with that, but the need has been identified and has been noted. Okay, moving on to a different topic, clinical trials. Clinical trials, again, came up several times, mostly around protocol design. So there's a lot of discussion or requirements related to how clinical trial protocols are captured. So there is an ongoing project which was also noted in that, and that's the ICH M11 topic, which is currently creating the guidelines and document format for the clinical trial protocol. But the intention there is that this moves on in the future to becoming a exchange standard. So there'll be a data format that will allow the protocol information to be transferred in electronic format and submitted to clinical trial registries, so that the information is captured once, and the registries can also access that information from each other. The people reporting this use case said would enable them to compare submissions of different dossiers, so looking at how clinical trials were performed for one particular product, substance, for a particular disease indication, and then using that to compare to a new product or a different product in the same population or even a different population. So they put forward the idea that this is really important for them to be able to reuse data. And the other aspect that they wanted was more structured data. So at the moment they collect a lot of trial data in PDF format, and they acknowledge that Cdisc Adam standard for summary clinical trial patient data would support their need for this. So they singled out a specific standard, which is good. Not many of the use cases refer to specific data standards, so people were being sort of open, saying that they know that they exist, but they didn't really want to single out one standard over another, as they felt that they would rather have experts come together and discuss and agree on that, rather than pushing forward one over another potentially competing standard. The other thing that we hear a lot about is data quality. So it's a tricky one, because data quality is not necessarily a data standard or a data exchange format or an access format. It's more about the processes that go around how data are curated, how they're collected, how they're entered into systems. So it's definitely a need. It's just a tricky one how to make that, how to achieve improved data quality. There is a data quality framework that the Big Data Steering Group are working on this year and also next year, which should hopefully address some of the aspects of how data quality for observational and potentially clinical trial data could be improved, or how to implement systems to make sure that real world data are in a good state for being able to perform analysis. So for this one, it needs more work to really define how data quality can be improved and how this can be addressed. If you do look at the standards, you could see that ISO 8000 set of standards do look at data quality and how to improve it. But I don't think you can say to healthcare professionals that they must adhere to this standard. That's not something that is within our domain to dictate. Another big one was observational studies and the need for a common data model. So you're going to hear more about data model, and I'm sure this is going to feature a lot more in the future, about having a common data model that allows you to collect data or access data in one particular that adheres to this model, so that you don't have to go through the process of cleaning and modifying the data, homogenizing it to be able to do analysis across it. So work is ongoing in that field, and there are some experts on that, so I'm not going to say any more than introducing the topic, but I'm sure this is going to be an important area of work where the experts come together and agree at European and potentially at international level common data model for this type of data. Medical terminology is also an issue. There's not always one terminology that fits all. Language tends to be the biggest obstacle, so different languages have developed their own medical terminologies that they use in their own national systems, and having international ones which go across borders is always going to be a challenge, but there is work in that space, so we'll see in the future how that develops. It's not a data standard as such, but it's medical terminologies are important to consider with these data sets. The veterinary colleagues also have real-world evidence requirements, which are a bit different to the human side, because they're mainly collecting data on farm animals from farm systems, so they have a lot of data that they can collect from these systems that monitor the farm animals, and so their needs will be similar but a different set of requirements. And then there's also a request for the NCEP database to be further worked on, and linking NCEP studies to risk management plans and risk minimization data would help a lot. Okay, so I'm getting to the end, I promise. Okay, so artificial intelligence, again, this is an area which has come up a lot. It's not an easy one to categorize into a specific use case at this stage, but there are a set of standards being worked on, and there's the AI work. They had a workshop in April, I believe, and they're developing this further, and I'm sure they'll provide feedback into any strategy going forward. So they may lead to an update of the data standardization strategy when their work progresses. Okay, and then the other one, which is more for regulators, is scientific memory. So a need to record why decisions were made, how they were made, and so that the regulators can go back and revisit decisions that were made in the past and may affect decisions for new products being authorized now. So it's a way of capturing what was done by the committees over time. So that's very regulatory specific, but it's an important need for the regulators that is more for them than externally. But again, that information, if it's published, would be useful for the public and researchers. So there are some ISO standards out there, 9001, evidence-based decision making, that could be considered for this, but that needs some further investigation. Mobile health, got a few mentions about personal health tracking devices, using those in clinical trials and real world evidence. Again, it's in its infancy. in terms of requirements, it's not clear yet what the real use cases are for those, but certainly within conducting clinical trials, it was mentioned that these devices could help with the collection of patient data for those trials. So for that one, it needs further experts to analyze. And then I mentioned genomics. So under Omnics, there's a whole set of information that could be captured for a particular patient in product information that would support things such as personalized medicine. But how to capture the Omnics information above particular medical terminologies is another area of work that's ongoing, and we have to monitor this space to find out when there's a good direction as the best way to capture this information into the product information, so that again clinical decision support systems would be able to scan the patients for those particular gene expressions or proteins in their system that would mean that that medicine is good or not good for them. I think I'm at the end, but environmental risk assessment, so the data that we currently collect on medicinal products could be in the SDTM standard, so Cdisc standard again. So there was a request that is considered for this collection of information rather than PDF, which is understandable. And electronic submissions, so this is the exchange between regulatory authorities and marketing authorization holders. There's ongoing work for electronic application forms, which is the way that the companies submit data for their application, and this information could be captured in a structured way in a HL7 standard. The work's being started fairly soon, and this could go full life cycle, so it could cover the full life cycle. So the beginning of the drug coming for scientific advice or orphan medicine status, that's where you start receiving information as a regulator, and capturing this information from that point forward using one standard would enable the tracking of the life cycle of this product right from the beginning to the end, which has always been a big goal of the regulatory network, to be able to do that kind of tracking of applications. And then ECTD version 4, which I'm not going to go into much detail, but the slides will be available after. So sorry for taking so much time, but I thought it was important to really go into detail as what we've captured so far and to stimulate the further discussion in the rest of the day. So apologies for taking a bit too much time, but I hope you found that useful.
Thank you, Nick. I thought it was a very good, very comprehensive overview of first the assessment that you've gone through, and then also highlighting the use cases that were identified in the survey, and also very useful to see kind of the work that's already going on in some of these spaces. So thank you for that. In the interest of time, there's 2 questions in the chat. I think we can take them offline and respond to those, or bring them back later in the panel discussion. So with no further delay, I would like to actually introduce our next speaker, who's Wayne Kubik. He's the Chief Technology Officer for HL7 International. He brings 25 years of experience in a variety of technology-focused roles, mostly related to pharmaceutical research and healthcare. And Wayne was also the former Chief Technology Officer of Cdisc, which we talked about already and referenced quite a bit, and also had many other senior executive roles in the private sector. And with this, welcome, Wayne. I would like to pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you all for inviting me to join you today. I have the unenviable task of being the first of 5 speakers that will talk about synergies from other initiatives regarding data standards, and even the more impossible task of trying to describe something as rich and expansive as HL7 FHIR in less than 10 minutes. But I'll do my best to cover some of the key points I hope most of you are already familiar with Health Level 7 International. To me, the key part of one of the reasons I joined HL7 is the key vision of a world in which everyone can securely access and use the right health data when and where they need it. That's a very expansive, that's a very broad vision, but we think of healthcare in the broader sense. Research is part of healthcare to improve the quality and efficacy of healthcare solutions. And our mission is to produce standards to support that vision. On the right, there are two world maps. The top map with dark blue indicates where there are existing HL7 affiliate organizations. And as you can see, it covers much of the world and most of Europe. Also at the bottom is a different map. And this is a map that's showing the number of unique users who are hitting the Happy Fire server. And the Happy Fire server is an open source Java library. It's a place where a lot of people learn Fire, begin to work with Fire, and use it for developing applications. I want to note that the fact that that's active throughout all of Europe, but also on 6 continents. HL7 Fire has really expanded into a standard that's really unprecedented in the history of the world of standards that I've been involved with so long. And in fact, I think considering HL7 Fire as a data standard is really insufficient. It's really not expressing what it actually does. The standard, we consider it a platform standard. It's an open source framework and platform that's built on our experience from 30 years of standards development. But it's not just representing how you label data and metadata about data. It's really an entire working environment for building solutions using standardized data to solve particular needs within the world of healthcare. The name Fire was defined using the word fast because it was designed from the beginning to be simple, human readable, easy to understand, and quick to develop. It's focused on the realm of healthcare and specifically not trying to solve every problem in the world, but it is everything associated with healthcare, which extends to research and public health and many other pieces, as Nick mentioned. Interoperability is the nature of not just being able to exchange information and move it around, but to make sure that the meaning of the information is understood from beginning to end and can be computer interpretable, not just human readable. And resources are the fundamental blocks that comprise the Fire standard. It's built on REST, which is the platform that's used throughout the World Wide Web. We use REST with Facebook, Twitter, eBay, Amazon. It's what we're familiar using on our smartphones and all of our applications, but it's relatively new to be applied to the world of healthcare for a number of reasons. And what REST enables are application programming interfaces so that different types of applications can access information in a consistent way and put it to good use. I mentioned resources as are the building blocks that you actually build system solutions out of within Fire. Some of these are data-oriented resources, but others are really technological components that define this platform standard. And you can think of a resource like a web page worth of information. As we browse through through the World Wide Web, we'll see a block of information at a time, and that's how resources are applied within Fire. It has flexible output modalities. Principally, what we do on the web is use services to present information, but it also can do messages like HL7 V2. I can produce documents like HL7 CDA, and most recently, a representation for bulk data domain files, which would have multiple patients worth of information around a single resource, a file that would look like an SDTM domain for SDTM findings domain or SDTM medication domain. You can think of it that way, except following the Fire data model and Fire mechanisms. Lots of other additional components for things like mobile health and clinical decision support. And really to sum it up are the last bullet and the last statement, which is it's a platform, it's a data model that describes how to represent data within that platform. And perhaps most importantly, it's a active global community, more than 17,000 active members communicating on a daily basis, hundreds of servers available, hundreds of applications, open source applications, testing environments and materials. In fact, today we're holding one of our 3-a-year Fire Connect-a-thons. I think we probably have more attendees, but there are, I believe more than 800 people involved in testing more than 40 different use cases within Fire today as we speak. I think the best way to describe Fire is Graham Grieve, the father of Fire, when he named it the web for healthcare. And if you think about what the World Wide Web did and how it transformed the way that we use computers, that's what Fire is trying to do to the world of healthcare. This is my second primary slide I'll focus on. This is the Fire landing page. If you go to hl7.org/Fire, you'll come to this page initially. It shows the various different components that comprise the standard. At the top are the foundational pieces. You can represent Fire using XML or JSON. There's actually an RDF representation as well. These are the fundamental components that are used, such as data types. There's an extension mechanism. It's important to know Fire was designed to be used by implementers, but it's only the core spec is trying to address about 80%, the core 80% that most everyone needs. And we rely on implementation guides, which profile the standard and constrain it for a particular use. This is where you would say what terminologies to use. It's a very powerful method because you can apply different terminologies for different geographic locations. And there's a very powerful set of terminologies that are available in that second level, terminology services, that allow us to pull together many different terminologies that include research as well as primary healthcare, genomics, and others. It has the ability to security and privacy components that are very important in regulated research, including resources to define security mechanisms, consent, represent the level of consent, provenance, where the data came from, an audit event for changes. We have a metadata description format called structured definition, where you define how to use things. Going down to level 3, the administrative level, we have resource definitions for patients, and they can be animal as well as human patients to support veterinary practitioners, physicians, principal investigators. Level 4 is where you find the content. This is where you find overlaps with Cdisc for things like problems and procedures, medication information. There are actually multiple ways of describing medication, both the prescription, the dispensing, the use of it, and the recognized statement about it. And diagnostics, which would be the findings type things of observations in labs, et cetera. And then the bottom level is clinical reasoning, which is what we do in order to understand and use the data. Plan definition is the resource specification for defining something like a protocol. And there are a number of initiatives going on to use Fire data to put it to use, to understand how it works, what you can do with the data that's represented in Fire. And the Fire core spec now also has specialized resources. Nick was referring to the IBMP substance levels that were added to the most recent balloted version of Fire, which is currently under reconciliation. We added research study and research subject to support clinical trials. And there's a number of other things that support genomics, evidence-based medicine. Fire is a big tent. We work with lots of other standards, for example, DICOM and multiple genomic standards, and really fit them together within this framework and platform. And here's an example of one of these platforms. This is an effort within the USA, which I think has some analogs that might be interesting for you to look at as well. This is a project that's been supported within the US by the National Institutes of Health and the FDA, which was building a Fire-based repository that can bring in data from multiple sources, but they base the core repository on Fire resources. And they're using this to put data out in multiple formats, in Cdisc format for FDA review purposes. The Centers for Disease Control are using Fire directly. In fact, the CDMH project was actually developed, I think that they said it's the world's largest OMOP database, which was supporting scientific analysis of the COVID-19 pandemic with millions and millions of records of patients who had been exposed as well as vaccinated patients. And that's been a principal force within it. OMOP is at the bottom there. I will have a talk a little later from Peter about OMOP. We've had a recent activity to energize the OMOP community, and that's building up a lot of interest right now. Let's see, the last thing I wanted to cover is just not to go through these, but to give you a sense of some helpful links that you can look at a little better. I wanted to call out to the HL7 Vulcan Fire Accelerator for research that's been in existence about a year now. They are working on specific use case implementation guides for how to apply fire in various parts of the research process, both observational research and randomized clinical research, clinical trial research, and many other components. They're tailoring what fire can do for the research community. There is a specification that is in the final stages of being finished, which has mapping information between associated with the CDMH project. There's a link to that report, but that is what is bringing it, basically tying fire to these various different data models, including OMOP and Sentinel and Picornet and several others. And there's a separate fire IG that's currently being reconciled for showing Cdisc mappings as well. And that's been worked on, and that was balloted back in January. And lastly are just some generic links to the fire community. So as I said, doing this in 10 minutes is nearly impossible, but my hope was just to give you a bit of the sense of what fire is, what it can do, and how widely it's being adopted as really has there is no comparable thing to it within the world of healthcare data standards. And I thought I would conclude with a couple of quotes from a much more famous and successful Wayne than myself. You've probably seen these quotes before because they're used a lot. But the idea is that I think what we have generated, what we have determined within fire is that it really does fit international needs. It really does touch the button of having the latest technologies that get developers excited about using it. And it was designed from the ground up to be a solution towards global interoperability, which is the goal that we're hoping to achieve. And having been with HL7 for 5.5 years now, I have to say we're really getting there. I really think it's something that should be considered very carefully within the context of the MA strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you so much for this very concise overview of all the related activities under the HL7 umbrella. I think it's very impressive, and I think we, to reflect on, the role of fire has really been instrumental, especially in the European Medicines Network, to operationalize a lot of the standards. And you saw in Nick's presentation also kind of our plans and where we want to take it. And I think there's, an unlimited number of opportunities that we can expand it into helping with interoperability, especially on the fire side. I see there is a question about data privacy. I don't know if we want to take this right now. So the question is how the data privacy is secured in terms of sensitive personal data protection, right? Do you have any perspective on this? Otherwise, we could also put this in the parking lot for the discussion.
So what FHIR is the platform for developing solutions. Within the world of FHIR, I did highlight the consent resources, which is how you can formalize what are the rules that will define privacy restrictions and access controls. And so that FHIR within the US, that consent resource is being used to support the patient access to information through FHIR APIs. It's a U.S. government rule that every patient should be able to get their data and do with it what they wish, but only the patient and their provider have direct access. And so those rules can be instantiated within the FHIR consent resources, maintained online, associated with different information sources and different actors who want to get data. That would be applied quite within the European community as well. The rules are well done. They just have to be represented within the structures that FHIR offers.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Wayne. And in the interest of time, I think we should move on to our next speaker, who's Christian Hay, who is a senior consultant at the GS1 Global Office, where he has actually worked for over 25 years in the healthcare industry. And since 1990, he has been a driving force for the implementation and use of GS1 standards in the Swiss healthcare sector. and he currently represents GS1 in various standards development organizations focusing on the interoperability for IT standards in the healthcare industry. So welcome, Christian. I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Rinma. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to present you also a very concise overview of what is interesting on an ISO and SEN point of view regarding the data strategies. Regarding medicinal products, from the two organizations, the two committees noted here are the ones relevant. In TC215, we have a working group 6, which I'm chairing for a couple of years already now. And it is somehow the forge where IDMP comes from. 2008, I was just joining there, and it was clear for the standard developers that IDMP will play a big role in the supply chain, or I would say the life cycle of the medicinal product. And more recently, we have described this in these 5 phases. I would like to state that the semantic, that means the meaning of the concepts, and the identifications must be transversal from the development of the products to its final utilization. And you see that on my next slide here. The two on the left, the 2 blocks on the left, were the primary playgrounds for IDMP, so the space of the submission, with an eye on vigilance, of course, but that was, I would say, the main driver for IDMP at the very beginning. From that, in the working groups, we have understood that it cannot be so simple. I mean, to serve the needs for the healthcare, we need to extend the use of IDMP along the life cycle of the medicinal product, as I said, which includes the dissemination stage and the prescription and dispensation stage. The both are in the clinical space. They include medicinal product dictionaries, which are different from country to country. In some countries, they are run by the national competent authorities, but in others, they are private organizations or not-for-profit organizations. And of course, the prescription and dispensation has also a very close interaction with this. And we need still here to use the same identifiers and semantics. When I come to the utilization and outcome assessment, that's the 5th part of this life cycle. And you see here, supply chain start to play a role. And by the way, supply chain is the reason I'm engaged in this ISO committee. But vigilance, which is not so far away of supply chain on some aspects, and pharmacoepidemiology. So the research, the management of large volume of data, which are supported by, I would say, this semantic, this common semantic defined by the IDMP standards. I think it is fair to say that ISO and SEN, but ISO first, is a very large organization. We have something like 260 technical committees. I suppose we have something like 1 million or more active people in this space. And when it comes to TC215, dedicated to medical informatics, the committee is smaller, something like 500 to 600 people. And then we enrich this community of experts with liaison with organizations such as the ones listed here. And you see also from Nick's Halsey slides before, we recognize ICH or EDQM or IG, etc. Now we have also organizations which are not really standard development organizations, ICH and WHO, they are a bit mixed, ITU is a bit mixed as well. And of course, we have a very close and intense relationship with SNOMED International. ISO TC215 has also a special relationship with SEN TC215, 251, sorry, and HL7 International. We have a different type of relationship. On some aspects, we share the same experts, On other aspects, organizationally, we have a different relationship and very close. An ISO technical committee may have a child. That is a subcommittee, SC, a subcommittee. And 2019, TC215, we gave the birth to a child dedicated to genomics. And by chance, this subcommittee met once before the pandemic in South Korea. It is chaired by an American colleague and has the secretariat in Korea. And as you can already see from this slide, the relationship in a relatively short period of time has become very dense between that subcommittee, which has its own life somehow, and a couple of other organizations. You recognize, of course, GA for GH, HL7, but you recognize also IG, SNOMED, etc. And each of these organizations has a role, and I would say this is a kind of a grid where the talents of the lead of that subcommittee is to secure that we don't have gaps and don't have overlaps. And I would say in the standard development space, gaps and overlaps are the sickness we are fighting. And to fight this sickness, we created more than 10 years ago a so-called Joint Initiative Council. The founder were HL7, ISO, and SEN, and then it has grown a little bit with other standard development organizations, which you recognize probably easily with the logos. And that organization is now, I would say, providing the facility, the ease to exchange information, join forces on some aspects, and be faster in responding to market needs, so that we can, address, for instance, the needs in the context of the current pandemic, but also on the long run for IDMP. This extensive use of IDMP across the medicinal product life cycle. So that's my closing slide. So you see I've been very concise. And I'm effectively happy if we have questions to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you again. A very concise, very clear presentation. I don't see any questions here in the chat, but I'm sure we'll come back to the topic of ISO IDMP and the opportunities with it later in the panel discussion. And thank you again. And I would actually like to move on to our next speaker, who's Peter Rinma. Peter is leading the Health Data Science Group at the Department of Medical Informatics at the Erasmus Medical Center. And he's also the coordinator of the European Health Data and Evidence Network. And I think this is what we're going to hear about today. And he's also an active collaborator within the Observational Health Data Sciences and Informatics Initiative. Thank you, Peter, for joining us today. We look forward to your presentation. I'd like to pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much for the invite. It's very exciting to be able to share our project with this group. So let me start with where our work is about. It's really about creating a pipeline from source data all the way to reliable evidence. So all the work that we do in Eden and Odyssey is about making that pipeline fully transparent and reproducible. And of course, taking all the FAIR principles into consideration. And our biggest task is to be able to generate reliable evidence on observational data at a very large scale. And with that, I mean both the number of data sources in Europe, but also for many different types of research questions in that field. So the big challenge of doing that is, of course, interoperability of health data. We all know that. If we build a tool and we want to apply that at a large scale across Europe, we have some major problems. The first thing is, of course, the structure of the data, so the syntactic interoperability of the data, where we simply cannot apply our tool on the different data sets because they are structured differently. We cannot find drugs in the same tables everywhere. So we have to solve the problem of the structure of the databases. The second very important point is the semantic interoperability of the data. So we literally speak different languages, we use different coding systems. So we need to find ways to solve that problem and map to some standards. Now, it doesn't stop there. It's actually not enough to standardize to a data model. You also have to develop standardized analytics on top of that. So in the project that I'll talk about, we also look into how to build a large battery of standardized analytics that can answer all kinds of different questions when applied on our observational data. The third very important component is, of course, the scale. We need to have a very large data network in Europe with many types of different types of databases to answer different types of questions. So we need to scale up there and get a good number of data sources on board. And the last component, also very important, we need to build a very strong community around this. Also, in keeping sustainability in mind, we need to have people that can help with standardizing the data at a large scale, but also, of course, a lot of people that are using the data for different types of use cases. So a large group of stakeholders being involved in that work. Now, the Eden project is trying to tackle all these different components. So from finding the data, but also improving interoperability and allowing us to reuse many different types of analytics to answer questions. So the Eden project, the European Health Data and Evidence Network, is trying to build a large federated network in Europe, and meaning that we don't centralize the data, because I don't think that's a solution. That will probably never happen, but we need to bring the tools to the databases and run them there. And that's what we, of course, do in this project by standardizing the data to a common data model. Now, the project itself is not a success if we just standardize many different types of databases. We need to demonstrate the use of that network. So the second E in the acronym is extremely important for us, that we are able to demonstrate that we run studies, that we create important results for patient care in the end. It's a large project with 22 different parties. We have we're now actually in the beginning of the third year of the project, so we still have quite some time to go. What's nice about the project is that there is a pretty large budget made available through IMI and to also the FBI and associate partners to standardize data. So that's quite unique in the European project, that we have a fund of 70 million euros available to help databases to standardize their data to the common data model. So this is done in a very strong collaboration with Odyssey, the Observational Health Data Sciences and Informatics, that have a long history of standardizing data and building a common data model that we leverage in this project and that we collaborate on to improve further. So this is very important that we have that very strong collaboration there. So what we aim for by creating reliable evidence is, I think, these very interesting desired attributes. We want to be able to be repeatable, but also reproducible when a different researcher tries to answer the same question on the same data with the same analysis. But the third very important component is that we are replicable, so that if the data is similar, so not identical, we get similar results. We are generalizable and robust. And we very strongly think that moving to a common data model will help all these different use cases. And just to highlight a few, for example, by splitting up the data, the pipeline into two steps, one step where we standardize the data and then a second step where we do the analysis, we can reuse all the analysis across multiple databases. And that would allow us would allow a researcher to get to the same results when applying it on the same database. The other very important component is being replicable. And if we run studies against multiple databases without standardization, we may get similar results. But now the question is, the difference that we see, is that actually because of the data or because of the analysis pipelines that we applied? So by splitting up that pipeline into two components, we can really understand better why the differences in our results are due to the data. And that's, of course, our main interest. Oh, and the other important thing is robustness. So by standardizing the data, we can apply standardized analytics and change these analytics considerably to understand what the sensitivity is of those choices in our designs. So we standardized to the OMO Common Data Model that has been driven by community. So it's even though it's called Common Data Model, it evolves over time and driven by the community and use cases. What's important to mention here is that it's standardizing the data structure, and on the left you see the table structures, which I will not go into much detail. I do want to highlight that also in the OMO Common Data Model, unstructured data has a place, and people are working on processing unstructured data and to move it back into the CDM. On the right side, we see standardized vocabularies. So we try to improve the semantic interoperability of the data by standardizing data to, for example, SNOMED and some of the other standards that have been mentioned earlier. It's driven by Odyssey and Eden, a large community and a very fast growing community, I would say, of currently, well, it's at least more than 21 different collaborators across 6 continents, a large number of databases standardized to the OMO Common Data Model from many different nations and many different patients included, and a very strong open source community where we are building all the pipelines. As I mentioned, it's not enough to standardize the data. You need to have all the pipelines as well to answer the questions, also, of course, in the regulatory perspective. So Eden is contributing to that from on the European side. So we have open calls where data partners can get up to €100,000 support to map their data to OMO. And we had 3 calls so far and have selected 61 data partners from 16 countries to map their data to OMO. And what was very exciting was the one that we had for COVID-19, a dedicated call, where we actually had 75 different data sources across Europe applying, and we had to make a selection. So very recently, actually last week, we ended a 4th call where we made available a budget of €5 million for more data sources to join. And it was exciting to see that we had 55 applications across Europe from more than 20 countries, and those are not even included in that slide above. So it's just demonstrating there's a large uptake, and I'm very happy with that. We're also building a support network in Europe, so it's for to help data sources map their data to OMO, and that's done through a training program for small to medium enterprises, also an e-learning environment, an Eden Academy, where these companies can get trained to standardize data. And I think this is a very important point and often forgotten, that we need to find ways to sustain the mapping of the data and to create a kind of economic value also for these companies to make sure that we are able to standardize our data over time and update it over time as well. My final slide, I think we are really in a perfect storm for the adoption of OMO Common Data Model in Europe, also because there's a lot of interest on a global level. So, for example, the FDA has awarded a 10 million contract to Odyssey to provide support in the BEF program around vaccine surveillance. But there are also multiple studies now run on OMO Common Data Model for the European Medicines Agency. And what's actually even more exciting maybe is that there's a large number of European projects that are now adopting the OMO Common Data Model and help us to improve it. And we are collaborating with these projects as well quite heavily. There's a large uptake in regional chapters in the US, Europe, but also Australia and the Asian Pacific is extremely active in expanding the networks and helping with use cases. And as Wayne already mentioned, we are also collaborating with other organizations like HL7 Fire, where a collaboration has been set up to see how we can benefit from each other's often complementary competencies. And so I'm very excited about that as well. And finally, and I think most importantly, there's a large body of scientific output now generated by the Odyssey community and Eden as well. On, for example, on COVID-19, and I'm very excited, and we can talk for a day about all that. But I highly invite you to have a look at the Odyssey website, and there's a nice overview on all the nice COVID-19 research that has been done up to now and is still continuing at a very large scale. So I think my final statement would be that we have really demonstrated that a collective effort to improve interoperability of health data works and also has impact. And I think this is an important message. We should work together to improve a common data model to make sure that we can answer all our questions. And I think we can definitely do that. And I'm really looking forward to collaborating with all people in this call and maybe also some that are listening to make sure that we get to that endpoint together as one big initiative. So thank you very much. I think I was within the 10 minutes. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Peter. You're helping us to get back on track here. No, it's a very exciting initiative, and to learn about the successes you had so far. And what resonated with me, I think, is the approach. I think the idea of not moving the data, but getting the tools to the data. I think that resonated a lot with me. So thank you so much, and very relevant. I think we're going to discuss this more later. And now we're moving on to our next speaker, who's Dave Evans. He is the Cdisc president and CEO. And Dave is a recognized industry-wide leader, a technology visionary for developing and implementing complex process and system solutions. And he's known as an expert in the areas of information standards, regulatory compliance, and quality governance. Welcome, Dave. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Cdisc is greatly appreciative of participating in this workshop with our other standards development organizations worldwide. So from a standpoint of an overview of Cdisc, certainly our mission is to develop and support the global platform independent data standards that enable information systems, interoperability, and medical research in related areas of healthcare. We're a global non-standards development organization, 20 plus years of regulatory clinical data standards. We're a consensus-based standards development process, and we have experienced leaders and professionals that support our network of 500 member organizations, as well with 1,000 or plus volunteers. We're widely adopted and freely available clinical research data standards. As I said, we're a mature governance process, and we're a collaborative ecosystem of relationships and partnerships with our members, regulators, patient foundations, academia, standards development organizations, and other industry. From Cdisc, foundational standards were based primarily in the clinical research process. It was started 20 some odd years ago, in which we would come together, the industry would come together to define the data elements, the data concepts that are needed to be part of clinical research in the 6 areas: preclinical, where we're organizing data, planning, collection, organization, analysis, and then submission. The ultimate goal is to submitting it for regulatory authorities in a structured format. So each one of these pillars or each one of these areas has its own standard that then interoperate with each other. So for where we deal with information about the protocol that comes in a protocol representation model, and then collecting data in Cdisc and organizing it in STTM, and then analyzing it in ADAM, all of those then together become the package that go to the regulatory authorities. This then is layered with another implementation guides specifically focused in therapeutic areas, which we build for the specific need or the specific research area of a disease. Certainly, we have control terminology and glossaries and other implementation guides that extend how these data elements and these models are in actual use. From an alliances and collaboration standpoint, certainly the base of the pyramid here is that we have, over the years, collaborated and partnered with a number of other standards development organizations, as you see here represented. The idea between Cdisc is to collaborate with those partners that surround the clinical research areas, upstream into healthcare and academia, downstream into the regulatory authorities or observational use of data. And so Cdisc has been represented in my colleagues before me speaking. We're interacting with the other standards development organizations on a worldwide basis. Second area is where we have partnerships in therapeutic areas. We've collaborated with many organizations to develop therapeutic area standards, which I'll talk about in a minute. And this has gone into then what was called CFAST, the Coalition for Accelerating Standards and Therapies, with the partnerships with the organizations mentioned here. We affiliate with regulatory agencies from the science side, such as NIH and NCI, as well as industry groups such as Transcelerate and ACRO and Critical Path Institute. And certainly then also with IMI in dealing with these specific disease states or therapeutic areas, implementation of the standards. And then finally, from a regulatory compliance standpoint and a collaboration standpoint, we work with the various global regulatory authorities, those that require data to be submitted to the organizations and those looking to have data supporting their submissions. In additional collaborations, we work with industry groups and academic institutions as to decide what their needs are from the Cdisc standards and the models that we build for their actual use. And those are listed on the right-hand side. So going deeper into the regulatory agency collaboration, we're certainly the trusted and required standard by the FDA and PMDA, and Cdisc has then streamlined the review process to expedite approval times and certainly to have more efficient and effective clinical research that is set up by all of the Cdisc standards leading up to the regulatory submission. We're also recommended by the Chinese regulatory agency for clinical data submissions. This requiring of the standardized data elements enables the regulators to modernize the review process, to build the technology on top of the standards and use the data that comes in the format within that submission. And certainly it allows for a more consistent use of analysis tools and better viewing and reviewing of the drug data. By standardizing this raw data, as we have shown in the earlier part of collection, the interoperability of the data upon collection in a clinical trial then allows us to organize it and analyze it and then lead to submission. This also allows us to harmonize and aggregate the data in a way that we could take it within a particular drug submission or across drug submissions. Cdisc certainly needs to ensure that all the data submitted by the pharmaceutical companies is in a standardized format, and we reaffirm that this data needs to be validated in such a way so it can be reviewed in a safe and efficacious way. We continue to work with the global awareness and adoption of the standards, and certainly with your help, the greater community on standardization and the EMA on standardization will create a shared language that increases the visibility of data. Second area is patient foundations collaboration. Over our history, we've worked with patient foundations and therapeutic-focused organizations from Alzheimer's to kidney disease to malaria, most recently with COVID. So we have then taken our foundational standards and stood them up as models for disease states and for therapeutic areas. We've worked with a number of organizations to stand up the standard model, and also from a foundation standpoint where patient foundations such as the Helmsley Trust or the Gates Foundation will support us in building a model that then can be used for academic research as well as for clinical research. We produced over 45 of these therapeutic area user guides, which talk about the implementation of the standards, the models to use in the standards, the rules for engagement in the standards, as well as the foundational data elements that go along with that. They provide disease-specific data standards, implementation examples, and also this idea of validated instruments such as applicable questionnaires, ratings, and scales. So the therapeutic area guides are another layer that is added on top of the foundational standards for a specific focused use. In a visual representation, you can see on the left-hand side, foundational standards of CDASH and STTM and ADAM then are built upon by the therapeutic area standards. So we utilize the foundational standards to then focus the effort into a specific patient-focused model to then be used. And these therapeutic area user guides are then built upon what we call biomedical concepts, the immutable data element or the immutable concept or object that describes a particular research idea. The foundational standards certainly are built upon rich metadata that not only describe the content, but the semantic meaning, the functionality, the structure, the interoperability associated with each one of those data elements. And so I know this is a very busy slide, but it drives home the point that a biomedical concept, such as what we're representing here of a hemoglobin A1C, is built up of a number of different components, not only the true nomenclature and structure, but all its interdependencies and interrelationships and all of the surrounding data elements that would then make up what we would consider hemoglobin A1C, and how it might be mapped or represented in other models, such as HL7 Fire or OMOP or CDE or any one of another model. This would allow us to have a rich metadata model that describes an immutable biomedical concept. And then finally, where these all live, Cdisc has made our what we call Cdisc library, a metadata repository for all of these standards to be open and freely available in a machine-readable format that are built upon all of the items on the bottom, of biomedical concepts and code lists and therapeutic area user guides, even implementations of tables, listings, and figures, and implementation guides in machine-readable formats, all focused around clinical research and disease-specific clinical research. And then my final slide is where strategically where Cdisc is moving is to make more and more of the tools, the representation, the layers of these standards available to the community. So we've developed electronic case report forms that are there, validated instruments that are available. We're moving forward on analysis results standard that is related to our ADAM standard, a safety user guide, which is pulling together all of the data elements, biomedical concepts related to safety, certainly to extend the biomedical concepts, and our Cdisc library for content and functionality. We also have a open source alliance in which all the tools and technology that interacts with our library and our standards is stood up and interact with all of our technology partners and vendors. Certainly what we want to make sure is that we have machine readable and executable conformance rules. To an earlier point that was made in the day about quality, standards without a validation or without rules or checking certainly can lead to decreased quality. So we want to make sure that not only do the standards there, but how to implement the standards and how to check the standards, and to make sure that that then can be read in a machine readable way for implementation. We're working on projects with other partners on the digital data flow. So from beginning of the process all the way through the end, how can those standards from protocol all the way through submission? And the continuation of the therapeutic area user guides and quality questionnaires, ratings, and surveys, as well as digital biomarkers when related to clinical research. And finally, where Cdisc sees itself is to become the organization, a standards governed organization beyond just clinical data elements. Essentially, the standards of the standards. How are the standards then implemented within clinical research, and how do they interoperate with one another? So I want to thank you for the time today. That certainly Cdisc is a welcome participant in this initiative, and we look forward to any interoperability, any action, and any collaboration that we would have with any of these other organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Very, very helpful. And I think you would like just to echo what you said about the importance of the work that Cdisc does. And you also highlighted that the Cdisc standards are kind of required by a number of global regulators. And I think I can, from my time at FDA, can comment that it's not only help with the analysis of clinical data, but also looking across and conducting meta-analysis. So really the interoperability and thinking about clinical data warehouses is a key enabler for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to move on to our final speaker, and I would like to introduce Enrique Bernal Delgado. Thank you for joining us today. Enrique is a senior scientist and the head of the data science for Health Services and Policy Research Group at the Institute for Health Sciences in Aragon in Spain. He has worked for 20 years in the secondary use of real-world data. Currently, Enrique leads the work package on data excellence within the Cdisc. That's the Joint Action for the Development of the European Health Data Space, where in this work package, the focus is really on data quality assurance and semantic interoperability. And we look forward to hearing more about this very important initiative. Thank you, Enrique, for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. Just to note that along with us and that they're co-leading this work package, a group of researchers from the ME region of Denmark. Good to know that. Well, unlike what is the case for the other presenters, we are a promise. We are not yet that. So we gave birth 2 months ago. So we are still on the first operations, taking contact with the different stakeholders to learn from them. This TDAS in Action is an initiative by the European Commission, the member states. Actually, 25 of them are participating in this joint action. Is one of the pillars of this European health data space process. And we are supposed to, or expected, better said, to help the EU member states, the European Commission, to develop and promote the concepts for the secondary use of health data. In the aspects of regulation, decision-making and research and innovation, basically policy-oriented research and innovation in Europe. There are some 9 work areas, but those are much interest for the purposes of this this workshop today are the 4 of them. One is meant to provide insight on the governance models for secondary use and exchange of real data. This work package 5 is basically meant to understand how to share data safely. The work package on excellent data quality I'm presenting today, these are very much some data quality assessment framework and oriented to the standards in terms of semantic and syntactic interoperability, while the next one, the 7th, connecting the dots, is providing solutions for technical interoperability and messaging standards, communication standards, and capacity requirements are very much the elements they will be treating. And then the last one is in citizens, basically on how to get them involved in a safe reuse of the data and elements about data altruism as well. So today I'm focusing on these 6 ones. Again, is data quality assurance framework, and also elements within these elements on semantic and syntactic interoperability. We are now building the frame for the debate. We're shaping upon 4 pillars. One is the kind of queries we are expecting out of this for the reuse of data within this European health data space out of any potential user of this European health data space, mainly decision makers, but also researchers. And these are the type of questions that we are expecting to have. So to cover with the data quality assessment framework, there will be some that will have to do with pre-adoption of technologies and interventions and the way we organize our health systems. This is very much about transforming the health systems in Europe. So this kind of research questions, this kind of queries will be broadcasted to the European health data space at some point in time. Another group of big, queries will have to do with the post-adoption of technologies, interventions, so on and so forth. You can go through them. Some of them will take I mean, very related to the conversation today, will have to do with, the monitoring of the uptake of some drugs, for example, the monitoring of adverse events in the end, the misuse of some drugs, or the effectiveness in real life, or the efficiency in real life of the implementation of such drug. So this is one of the pillars upon which we are framing the conversation. A second one is about the level of inference. So depending on the level of inference, this is our assumption. The needs will be different in terms of data quality, in terms of the distribution that we need to implement. The assumption is that the European health data space will be a federated infrastructure, a federated architecture, if you will. So we have to think also on the levels of distribution that we need to address under this data quality assessment framework. And so just going to the extremes, if we aim to have causal inference as the level of inference that we are requiring to the data, for example, using pragmatic trials or similar, we need to have a quite high level of data quality. So the requirements for this kind of query responded using these pragmatic trials, so aiming for causal inference, will be much higher than if we go for hypothesis generation studies where data mining is the option. And then the data quality a priori should be different, lower in any case than in the pragmatic trials. And would be the same for the distribution requirements, much higher for pragmatic trials, where we aim to go for example, patient-level causal inference of the effects of a drug, or in terms of positive or negative effects of a drug, or if we were just for mining to get repurposing of the indications of a drug that we have to test with further research. So this is the second pillar about which we are framing. The next pillar is about the level of analysis. Are we expected to go for a variable data quality assessment, data source quality assessment, or institution data holder quality assessment, depending on the level we end up? And this is very much under discussion right now, along with our colleagues in the World Package 6. If we go for a variable level analysis, we need to go for a number of questions: missingness, incompleteness, relevance of lower values, data distributions, anomalous data distribution, so on and so forth. If we go for data sources analysis, then we have to look at different. This is very much the criteria that follows at Eurostat in Europe: relevance, coverage, accuracy, reliability, etc. And if we go for institutional level, then we have to look at different things, more operational, more on the way they treat data. So whether they do have FAIR principles implemented in the end. So depending on the way we end up deciding, and I honestly think we will go for a more institutional approach, because in the end, and maybe Peter will tell us more about the Eden approach, we can take over the assessment of the variable level using analytics later on. So we will very much go for the idea of an institutional approach. And the fourth element is what data sources we have to look at. And in principle, we are agnostic to the data sources. Any data source that contains data that could be reused for the purposes of the European health data space should be one to look at, from genomics to environmental registries, electronic health records, pharmaceutical data, and so on and so forth. My last slide has expected outputs for this data quality. These were packaged within TEDAS UN Action. We are aiming to have, at the end of the way, a data quality assessment framework, trying to treat at some point all these elements that I mentioned. So building recommendations on what elements should be assessed, who should do it, and under which methodology. some specific hints on what should be brought in legislations, be mandatory, and then making recommendation on semantic and also syntactic interoperability issues. So far, we are working sorry for this, we are working with the first of these bullet points and the second of these 3 bullet points. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Enrique, to give us an update on this, very critical, very important work. And I think it really kind of wraps up our session here very nicely. Across the 6 speakers we had, we started with Nick really talking about the overall themes for the data standard strategy. And I think if you remember, there was one of the key themes about data quality. And I think, thank you, Enrique, for kind of bringing that back, because that is really critical to the success of these initiatives, especially as they relate to the evidence generation from real world data. I know we're a little bit over time here, and I think I think we'll shorten probably the break. And again, I wanted to thank our 6 speakers. It has been very informative and very nice overview of everything that's happening in the world regarding interoperability and data standards and some key international projects and initiatives. Thank you so much. And would like to pass the floor back to Peter Arlett.
So Hilma, thanks very much for a great session. I've got 2 small children, and we often go to toy shops, and particularly the presentations from HL7, ISO, Eden, Cdisc tell us so many toys to choose from. Just got to make the right decisions, haven't we? And I suppose the whole of this afternoon is about trying to inform those decisions about what to choose and what to implement. So a great session. We're going to be really tough, and say we're restarting at 20 past, so that's 6 minutes, 20 past prompt, because otherwise we'll still be here at midnight. And Jesper will be chairing our last session starting at 20 past 4. Thanks very much indeed, everyone. So colleagues, welcome back. It's a great pleasure to then reintroduce Jesper Kjær, Head of Data Analytics Centre at the Danish Medicines Agency, who's going to chair our final session on stakeholder perspectives and use cases. Over to you, Jesper. Oh, just to mention that Nick Halsey, who presented earlier, will be acting as rapporteur, taking notes and recording different positions during this session. Over to you, Jesper.
So great, thank you. Just jump right into it. Our first speaker will be Marilena Vrana, who is the manager for patients and research of the European Heart Network, EHN. She manages EHN's activities and advocacy with its patients organization research funding members. She's a member of EMA's Patients and Consumers Working Party and the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group. She's also involved in the Big Data at Heart project funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative, representing patients' views and bringing in cardiovascular patients' input in the areas related to patients' involvement in data-intensive health research. Marilena has an academic background in European and international politics, in which she holds a master's degree. So really glad to have you here to present the perspective and the use cases from the patient and consumers. Over to you, Marilena.
Thank you, Jesper, and hello, everyone. So the European Heart Network represents foundations and patient associations dedicated to improving cardiovascular health and reducing the burden of cardiovascular disease in Europe. I'm pleased to be here and bring in the perspectives from the public, both from patients and the consumer side. My brief input today is built not only on EHN's work, including our learnings from the IMI Big Data at Heart project, but also on input received from various members of the Patient and Consumers Working Party and position papers that those members have already published online. I hope my presentation and selected themes are reflective enough of the various key interests, but they are based on my personal judgment and recurrent themes I've spotted on the inputs I've received. So I'll start briefly about the needs from the public side. First, I would like to highlight that the public is generally supportive of data sharing with a view to improve health outcomes, provided that there is a solid political, legal, and ethical framework. They seek transparency, reassurance that their data will not be abused, and mechanisms to mitigate risks and accountability in cases of breaches of confidentiality. Data privacy and security by design is paramount. The coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the need for open and accessible data sets, alongside the need for privacy in the use of digital health tools. Better approaches for data anonymization and pilot federated systems are already being developed, and we have already heard many examples in the previous session. An important issue to be addressed relates to consent, transferability of data, and the right to be erased or forgotten. People, as the owners of their health data, they should be able to access them, transfer them when they seek, for example, healthcare in another country, and should have the right to delete them or withdraw their consent to be used when they wish so. Interoperability and data heterogeneity varies largely across countries and regions. In several cases, clinical information is only available as unstructured free text. These are important bottlenecks for the future. A mandatory minimum standards framework is a prerequisite for data quality, transferability, and interoperability. Finally, transparency is essential so that regulatory authorities, independent scientists can scrutinize data and identify potential biases. Public attention to data quality raises the bar for complete transparency on data sources. An interesting example on transparency is the Cdisc report on monitoring the response of hepatitis B and C epidemics. In this case, the various indicators and potential sources of data were mapped to identify existing sources to include in the monitoring system. When published, everyone involved in the project agreed to disclose in an annex all the indicators included in the monitoring system and the data sources for each of these indicators. So now looking at the top themes, building on Nick's presentation early on. The first theme will be data quality. Data is the new soil. That's a statement we often hear, and many of us might agree, and it was particularly prominent on the artificial intelligence workshop last month. We shall be reminded that soil's value lies in its fertility, and therefore it needs care. And if it's already fertile, care is still important to retain its nutrients. Similarly, health data need curating to produce value for patients and our healthcare systems. Good quality data from various institutions across countries is a key prerequisite and therefore the #1 priority. Today, health data are generated from many sources: electronic health records, disease registries, medical devices, fitness trackers, applications, and many others. Patient associations also hold data, in particularly qualitative data such as patient views on treatments, therapies, drugs, needs, satisfaction about treatments, complaints, and many others that can be used for various purposes in the future. However, the existing variability in quality across and within countries have certain limitations. Coordinated efforts are needed from clinical and patient communities in collaboration with data software vendors to agree on minimal data sets and standards across different disease domains. A mandatory minimum standards framework is the pathway towards trustworthy and reliable generation of data and real-world evidence for research and decision-making. Recurring themes identifying on the importance of standards include the assurance that a common set of minimum standards is applied across the field of electronic health records and registries to support future observational studies and clinical trials, supporting the wider implementation of good quality real-world data based on the FAIR data principles, and internationally agreed standards to encapsulate all required information on phenotypes in machine-readable manner. The second priority theme relates to the secondary use of data for research and innovation and decision-making. So there in a second priority, I group both the themes of observational studies and clinical trials. These standardization for such studies are important to have a better and more comprehensive epidemiological view per disease areas and across different countries. That will help identify unmet needs in the various disease areas, conduct more targeted multi-country clinical trials at lower cost and time without compromising patient safety, and assessing whether existing therapies and treatments are producing patient-relevant outcomes. Some examples around studies. The first one comes from the cardiovascular field, and that is the Capacity COVID Registry, that offers a comprehensive data collection tool that facilitates uniform data collection of patients infected with COVID-19. The registry builds upon the case report form released by the International Severe Acute Respiratory and Emerging Infections Consortium and the World Health Organization in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. By collecting information in the registry in a standardized manner, this initiative provides insights into the incidence and pattern of cardiovascular complications in patients with COVID-19 and the vulnerability and clinical course of COVID-19 in patients with underlying cardiovascular disease. The second case comes from the diabetes field, and that is the UBROD network, European Best Information Through Regional Outcomes in Diabetes. This is a specialized network progressively built by a stream of EU-funded projects. The system, named the BIRO system, is licensed under the European Public License and is freely available for general use. The software is open source, fit to work on any platform, with absolutely no need to change the setup of the local environment. The meta registry of diabetes data sources is the central resource for any BIRO user, and it allows all partners to autonomously register and manage local data sources that will be used to produce global reports. UBROD produces reports that include indicators based on clinical records collected across Europe, sharing the same European standardized data definition. So any report, whether it is produced by one or more centers, is by definition entirely comparable across the whole collaboration. Finally, artificial intelligence. Reliable and trustworthy artificial intelligence needs to be fed with good quality data from various institutions across countries. Data quality rules shall be used to assess coded data and allow comparisons across institutions and countries. Transparency is essential so that regulators and independent entities can scrutinize data used for artificial intelligence development and validate artificial intelligence algorithm. So thank you very much for listening. I would particularly like to thank the European Liver Patient Association and the International Diabetes Federation Europe, who have shared with me some of the concrete examples I shared earlier, and I look forward to hearing the views of all other stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Marilena. And for everyone listening in right now, if you get questions along the way, please just post them in the chat. We'll take them into the panel discussion following that. But otherwise, we'll probably continue on with our next speaker, who will be Ioana Agache, who is Professor of Allergy and Clinical Immunology at the Transylvanian University in Brasov, Romania, past president for the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology between 2017 and 19, chair of the EAACI guidelines and the use of biologics in asthma and allergic diseases, editor of Global Atlas Asthma since 2013 to 2020, and Global Atlas of Allergy in 2014, implementing precision medicine in best practices of chronic airway diseases in 2018. Please, over to you, Ioana, for your perspectives and the use cases.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you are hearing me well. So we are going ahead, and I'm very proud to first present the point of view of healthcare professionals as my predecessor. There are some personal points of view, and I also had some comments from my colleagues, and they are also in the session today, and I hope that we will hear more comments from them as well. So we will go ahead with discussing what would data standardization mean from the healthcare professional points of view. There are three major areas that we are very much interested because they will support collaborative research, large-scale analytics, and of course sharing the sophisticated tools and methodologies around the research centers. And of course, we all know that data is most valuable when you have something to compare to. However, this is why we are here today. Comparisons aren't helpful if the data is bad or irrelevant or expressed in the wrong way. We identified some challenges and we have some proposed solutions in between us. For example, and this is a recurrent theme, that there is an incomplete and inaccurate medical data collection. So the quality, the accessibility, and the timely reliability of disaggregated data is very important. I will dwell a little bit longer on this heterogeneous coding landscape because this is a very big trouble for healthcare professionals. So a harmonized coding system, especially for real-world data, is extremely important. Then the secondary use of healthcare records should be combined with other data, with other sources, for example, surveys, census tracts. And here we really need to strengthen the system for data collection supported by some capability building in the member states. Then we are facing, and this comes again over and over, with multiple disconnected data capture systems, and you have from Nick as well. So more customized data collection is important. I agree that we need to have, let's say, a unified standard, but this should not preclude some adjustment to the special needs of data categories that are there, and I will come back to that in a moment. And we also have the challenge, the changing data standards and practice guidelines over time. And here we definitely need to develop further interconnected both national and EU guidelines. On the clinical trial side, we know that clinical research data are often collected in a variety of formats. We heard a lot about the efforts of standardization, still not enough. So we still think that the clinical trials and research findings should be imparted and shared in a clear and more understandable way. We know that, there is it's not a joke between us, but it's usually the fact that 70% of researchers fail to reproduce another scientist's experiments, and half they fail to reproduce their own experiments. So this is because the reporting the data and the communication of the data is not well enough done. And we all know that if you allow greater flexibility in designs, definitions, outcomes, this is something that we desire, but this will lead to less likely that the research findings will be quick. So we need to focus on some better features of the way we are reporting clinical research data, and we have now the FAIR criteria to look upon. And of course, we need a support and alignment between funding bodies on one side, which are having different requirements for their data quality and research findings reporting, and regulatory agency for research standards. So I'm bringing up two issues here. I said that I will dwell more a little bit about the harmonized coding. This comes from my colleagues from the general practitioner field, which were very kind enough to provide me with some examples. There are many different coding systems used by general practitioners across Europe. Unfortunately, there are many training opportunities on coding. And of course, in primary care, the coding systems, there is the problem that they reflect the non-specific nature of symptoms and signs, which is very much opposed for specialized care where we use the disease-oriented coding systems. So there needs to be some flexibility here. Of course, we have heard that within a country there are many different IT systems being used, also in primary care. And it comes again and again, the requirement for a system which requires less training and experience to understand the code signs, symptoms, and diagnosis. And of course, the system needs to be better prepared to be linked both with hospital and with other types of administrative databases. There is a particular example from our colleagues from UK where they used some coding until very recently when, in an effort to harmonize the coding with the hospital coding, a new coding system brought from US, SNOMED, was introduced. The problem is that this coding is very much amenable to the specialized care, but is not very helpful for the primary practitioner. So it was not a very happy choice here. Second, the electronic health records are usually administered by people who are not very much part of the medical field, and they are adjusted to attract the best tariff. And this is not reflecting that they are not totally clinically accurate. And this is happening in one country. You can imagine at the level of the European Union with very encoding systems in different countries, it's even harder to align the data. So the solution that they are offering our colleagues from primary care is that maybe we could have a mandate for the use of a reliable coding system across Europe. This coding system should be taught in medical school as an initial training and then regularly reminded by continuous education, and of course supported by the medical file management software, which should be structured, problem-oriented, and allowing automatically coding. From our colleagues from the geriatric field, there is a request, for example, for a better adjustment of clinical trials methodology, including a measure of physical frailty for harmonization purpose, included it as a confounder or variable of interest for stratification and for sensitivity analysis, and also as an outcome measure as a secondary outcome. So again, we need to customize a little bit better the way we are doing clinical trials methodology. From our side at EACI, we have looked at real-world evidence collection for a method that we are using, which is called allergen immunotherapy. We have definitely lack of information on how this works effectively in real life. We proposed some type of hierarchy of what the best real-world evidence could be, placing pragmatic trials and registry data positions with the highest level of evidence. We developed a system to evaluate the quality of the data collecting from real-world data. And we are starting now to build up registries that collect data across Europe in a cohesive way using standardized protocols. So at least for this disease area, we will have some standardization. Last but not least, I would like to finish on my thoughts of how healthcare professionals can help further build the common data model. You have heard of Eden, Corpus. So, of course, we can provide a collaborative interdisciplinary network with various specialties, providing input and expertise on medical products, devices, diseases, while translating into meaningful data and health outcomes of interest. We can help with implementing the data source standardization, because you heard this is not legally binding, so it depends on the let's say, appetite of each specialty and society to help with this data source standardization. And of course, we can help with regular feedback and quality control. With that, I would like to thank you, and looking forward to hear from my colleagues on their opinions and views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iona. Some great input coming from healthcare professionals here on quality per design, you can argue, by coding, so to speak, already. The next three presentations will be from pharmaceutical industry of different organizations. And the first presentation will be by Vada Perkins, who serves as Executive Director of Regulatory Policy and Intelligence for Biopharmaceutical, and is a former of the US FDA Senior Advisor for Regulatory Science. He is an FPA representative for ICH M2 electronic standards for the transfer of regulatory information, and a member of the US Pharma Working Group and the US Bio Task Force for Real-World Evidence. He is actively engaged in continued development and application of the ISO IDMP standards, and is an industry representative for the EMA SPOR task force. So Vada, over to you on the industry perspective.
No, thank you very much, Jesper. And I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to present to you today on such an important topic and to represent the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations and the European Association of Bioindustries. So, with respect to what we're presenting today, we try to take it into three common themes and use cases as requested by EMA, speaking about a common data model as a use case and the activities associated with that, clinical trial initiatives, and then really looking at this from a real-world data, real-world evidence perspective. So with respect to data standardization and common data model, the interconnectivity between different networks and different sources is paramount. So a lot of the discussions today, it's very nice to hear about the collaboration with standards development organizations and other initiatives that really are focusing on this. But this standardized data structure, it's paramount to have that alignment within regional and international efforts for mutually agreed upon common data model, right? Some type of framework to leverage open source consensus-based standards leading to interoperability. Right, this does really promote universal query and aggregation of results across this formal common data model network, promoting global research and analysis across a distributed network. So in the context of RWD and RWE, a common data model with data standards that are fit for purpose really does support that structured approach for EHRs and registry interoperability. So collection from different systems to be compiled into aggregate data sets for analysis, for example, and then really bridging that data intersection between RWE and clinical trials with respect to when you're thinking about trial design, right? So a common data model that is not only harmonized internationally through the healthcare system, but also in the regulatory domain. And that's really important for us. You know, we're talking about critical, robust data quality and reliability. So the requirements not only for that, but also requirements and guidance on regulatory acceptability. What's regulatory grade when it comes to this data quality and reliability? And that really should be coming from not only data quality and sources from regulatory, but also an HTA payer perspective as well. Okay. So for the adoption and of international standards, many thanks to our colleagues in the SDO community who presented today. Just like to echo the importance of internationally accepted data standards. So Cdisc we heard from today, HL7 FHIR, ISO, IDMP, and others. Christian Hay had made mention of the avoidance of gaps and overlaps with SDOs and having these synergies, so through that Joint Initiative Council. So we'd like to reiterate and support that notion along with something that you mentioned, Nick, about adopt, adapt, develop, right? So really looking at standards to avoid developing custom-made siloed standards, adopting when you can, adapting, and of course, as a last resort, if that doesn't really fit the mold, then developing or creating something else. The avoidance of duplication should not just be applied to standards development organizations. So where there can be this addressing gaps and overlaps, the fact that you can look at regulatory authorities to also avoid that duplication as well, along with standards development organizations. We believe those two do go hand in hand. And by being able to do that, you can take that into other use cases that are relevant beyond, say, just RWE or EMA SPOR. Christian, you also mentioned the importance of supply chain in your presentation. So when looking at it as an example, if you're leveraging data standards recommendations for relevant international organizations, it can be applied to a variety of use cases. I believe, Peter, you made this point as well. So, for example, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, the track and trace systems for interoperability, when you look at their general implementation considerations, they get into the utilization of compatible open standards for traceability data. So those are common themes that we've heard today. Then looking at ISO IDP as an example of one data standard that's been explicitly mentioned as a technical enabler to support interoperability for traceability data, more notably specifically to use cases or initiatives such as falsified medicines, batch recalls, PV, and drug shortages. So just to say that beyond RWD and RWE, maybe some other data standardization use cases, there are many others, and there are opportunities to look at what other relevant international organizations are doing to really reach some harmony and synergies with their activities as well. So with respect to data standardization use cases for clinical trial harmonization, I'd like to just pivot off the point that Nick had mentioned. This was also a request from EMA about looking at use cases such as clinical trial harmonization And ICH-M11, just to provide a little bit more detail there, there is this perceived problem, that we have, no internationally harmonized standard template for the format and content of clinical protocol documents to support consistency across sponsors and exchange of protocol information. There's a lack of harmonization there, which really does contribute to inefficiencies and difficulties in reviewing and assessing clinical protocols by regulators, sponsors, ethical oversight bodies, investigators, and other stakeholders. So something that's really international in its approach to support consistency in the development of structured and unstructured protocol content, and a technical specification, as you mentioned, Nick, for the exchange would really be ideal. And the ICH-M11 activity is certainly in progress to address that. I think it would be good to note from an international perspective to continue to leverage activities, say within ICH, in the good clinical practice guidelines, with the most recent additions to be included would be that annex to address non-traditional interventional clinical trials and real-world data sources. If there's an opportunity to also leverage that for harmonizing it according to data standards, that's another opportunity that we see. And of course, other activities from other groups such as Transcelerate, who has their own common protocol template initiative addressing harmonized content, structure, and format with regulator-accepted endpoint definitions via therapeutic area library. So very important. And we see that there were synergies and opportunities with looking at these activities and trying to align and engage or have some awareness at minimum of what they're doing to make sure things are harmonized and there's some convergence there. Okay. So moving on to the requirements and use cases in relation to data standards, specifically to RWD and RWE. Jesper, you made mention of the strategic focus areas of 3.2, and we agree wholeheartedly with that to ensure there's alignment with EMRN 2025, and specifically with the strategic focus area that you had mentioned with the regulatory science of 2025. And last but certainly not least, the EU telematics strategy and really what that looks like in terms of its vision. Making reference back to a point you made, Nick, about IT and the necessity for that, and how IT components and IT systems will have to be there in support. Really having that inclusive data standards governance model for all stakeholders because of that relationship would be very, very important. We would say for the success of this moving forward. And then, of course, awareness of other activities in the RWD and RWE space, such as the IMI Get Real initiatives. And I make reference to the wonderful presentation from Peter Renbeck speaking about the Eden project, this trusted open science community built for health data research. And he said it best, a pipeline for source data to reliable evidence, data interoperability being critical, not only standardized data model, but also standardized analytics applied to observational data. So I think it's quite important for that awareness to look at, these two things in the Odyssey activities as well. And then really lastly, this just speaks to activities that are all well known, and Peter, with your leadership here in the Darwin EU activities, leveraging that knowledge and expertise and standards from relevant international RWD initiatives. So in looking at that, it's also the same point that you made, Jesper, on the recommendation number 9 for collaboration with international initiatives. Really looking at the Common Data Model Harmonization Project, the Sentinel Initiative, maybe other ex-EU initiatives as well. And really that's really important, because given that this Common Data Harmonization Project really can leverage many expertise from different regions and kind of mitigate, these different data models with limited interoperability, no single port of entry to query from other networks, the inability to aggregate results and data across networks. These are all problems that everyone's trying to solve, and I commend colleagues who've spoken to this topic today, and certainly would like to raise that awareness and the importance of a common data model harmonization project and leveraging other expertise from other regions, right? And that really does speak to flexibility. At the end of the day, being able to support multiple formats for multiple stakeholder use cases, multiple initiatives, having evidence generation across regulatory and healthcare domains, leveraging international data standards, common data model harmonization, and then this open stakeholder network access for analysis. This is really important as well, because to many of us, within the industry and in other stakeholders, having a one-stop shop area where you can basically have access within a network for analysis, whether it be patients, XEU, health authorities, industry, academia, payers. That was really, really important to have that flexibility. And a lot of this is going to be made possible just from the initiatives and the activities and work that are ongoing from colleagues who have presented today. So with that, Jesper, I will turn it back over to you, and I'd like to thank everyone for their time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation here, Vada. Looking forward to pulling some of these perspectives into our discussion later on. Next up is Kelly Su of Medicines for Europe on a pharmaceutical industry perspective as well. Kelly is head of medical analytics and real-world evidence at Viatris as an accredited professional statistician with a PhD in statistics. Previously, she was vice president and head of medical analytics and insights at Pfizer and associate professor of radiology and director of biostatistics at Harvard Medical School. A pleasure to have you here on the session today, Kelly. The scene is all yours for your presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and also I'm the last to present on behalf of the pharma industry in some perspectives. So for my presentation, I will talk about the stakeholder I represent as an overview, and data standardization strategy in terms of the top 3 themes, and finally some concluding remarks. So as listed on the agenda, I have some pharmaceutical perspectives, but right now I'm on behalf of Medicines for Europe. In our organization, Medicines for Europe represents the pharmaceutical companies supplying the largest share of medicines across Europe and is the voice of the generic, biosimilar, and value-added industries. As a leading partner for better healthcare, our organization aims to increase the health and well-being of all Europeans through better access to high-quality medicine. Our organization's members' portfolio cover 80% of therapeutic areas, and doing so safeguards the sustainability of Europe's healthcare systems for future generations. Now, going right into the top themes, it was quite a difficult exercise to think about, under all these variety of goals that are very important, to really narrow down the top 3 themes that really mean the most for us. Of course, I will also discuss in my remarks later that variety of other themes are all very important and they tend to overlap. So the first theme that we think is highly important for our organization and in the perspective of pharmaceutical industry is that it is product information, in other words, PI. So thinking about particular use cases, it's really important to think about standardization in the form of enabling structured information and particular texts. As we already heard from prior presentations, it's very time-consuming and labor-intensive to deal with text, and therefore it's quite important to think about standardization of PI and particularly also texts. And also, secondly, to support the move to online repositories of the latest PI and linkage to this data through the use of 2D barcodes on packaging. And next, support translations of PI into other languages. As we heard earlier on, it's really important to think about member countries and in terms of variety of different languages. And the last one, to support methods for data exchange, such as fair messaging, which would allow a more agile way of working applicable to all electronic submission, including EPI. So the second theme that we think will be really important, which fittingly is data quality. As we heard earlier on, that this is a very important component in terms of data standardization. There's a saying, garbage in, garbage out. Therefore, it's important to think about use cases where we can improve or even think about ways to enhance data quality. In order to do so, we think it's necessary to develop metadata catalog for data access, quality control, and common data models, along with use cases and user interface. And the HMA and EMA already recently had a workshop looking at different variety of aspects of metadata catalog idea. So the second one is to really access the evidence on products in order to better understand the data used and the analyses that led to the results and conclusions. It's really important to think about data, but how would such data be used in terms of driving into the results and the insights and that will draw conclusions? That's also really important. The third one is to develop algorithms to analyze disease burden, medicinal product uses, medication adherence, and healthcare resource utilization in a way that it's very important to think about the data quality when we conduct those types of analyses, particularly by using not only real-world evidence, but also digital data. Now, the last one, we were kind of debating between real evidence and artificial intelligence, and we decided on artificial intelligence. The reason is that artificial intelligence can be used for a variety of study designs, not just restrictive to non-RCT data, in other words, RWE only. So in order to do so, we think that it's important to develop a framework to assess and validate AI, which can be used not only in randomized controlled trials, such as using digital endpoints, but also in pragmatic clinical studies, post-approval safety studies, and non-interventional observational studies to harness real-world data. So that's much more prevalent in terms of all kinds of different uses of artificial intelligence. And then we also think it's very important to make regulatory data open, to search for fit-for-purpose open regulatory data sets, have international standards, and visualize and validate results using data sources while protecting patient privacy and data security. And finally, on AI, we also think that it's really important to foster international collaborations while following AI regulations, guidance, and standards, as we know that EU has developed a recent legislation in terms of AI. And those are the three top sort of use cases aligning with what we presented to represent some pharma perspectives during the recent HMA, EMA, AI for Medicines Regulation workshop. So some concluding remarks, as I already mentioned, these variety of themes can be quite relevant from one to the other. But in terms of the different types of use cases, throughout the entire industry and pharma industry, they tend to have some degree of overlap. Therefore, it's really difficult to kind of exhaustively think about one versus the other. The second one is evidence generation is very important to value-added medicines that I'm representing in terms of medicines for Europe. And finally, the top themes really depend on the specific goals and are fit for purpose. Therefore, it's really important to think about what we try to do and think about what kind of the most important themes that will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Fully appreciate it's difficult to make choices if you actually like all of the above. Really appreciate that you were able to put it down to three top priorities that we'll be discussing later. Next is EU COPE with Mats Eriksson and Todd Case. With Todd Case is a senior director within the biometrics group at Vertex Pharmaceutical Incorporated. He's involved in a number of industry data standards work streams and has led statistical programming teams in multiple successful FDA, PMDA, and the rest of the world regulatory filings. Mats Eriksson is a director in regulatory and R&D policy and has previously worked in clinical trial design and management. He is also a company, has our company representative participate in several IMI projects, such as electronic health records for clinical trials and the Get Real initiative. So gentlemen, over to you for your presentation on perspectives and use cases.
Thank you, Jesper. So our contribution is limited. We understand the scope is larger than this, but our scope contribution is limited to real-world data. And in our written submission from EUCOPA, we focused on quality standards in a loose sense, I understand, after listening to several presentations here, but it was more general remarks about fit for purpose of different data sets and so on. But we thought today in this brief presentation we would mention two use cases, recent use cases. So we choose to pick one with a large patient population and one with a very small one, orphan disease. So I will start, if I can move the slide now. So just bear me, I will go into the practicalities, but the first study here was a global hip fracture study that was conducted in 2015, 2018 by Amgen, the Hong Kong University, and a global network of experts. And hip fracture, this is the premise, is a surrogate for osteoporosis, disease burden, and predictive of loss of functional independence and of mortality. And osteoporosis is considered to be an undertreated disease generally, but the incidence varies quite a lot globally, and disease trends are different, partly due, of course, to different demographics, but not only. And the idea here was to, there are a lot of studies have been done, but not a global study of this type. The idea was to have make a standardized comparison that could give insights to causes of disease, risk factors, and the effectiveness of different healthcare practices. And the study was conducted in around 20 different countries in Europe, North and South America, Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. A publication is pending, and the purpose is not here to present the results today. So the choice was to set up the study as a distributed network model. It was different in that sense from models that require data providers, as was referred to earlier today, to change their own raw data models. We use OMOP within the company, but the different centers oftentimes did not. The idea was rather to provide a common protocol and a shared statistical analysis plan for specific disease and treatment questions, both generated by a coordinating center. And each contributing country then first identified cohort of patients for the study from different electronic sources. It could be, in some instances, with claims databases, and in other cases, it was electronic health records. And they each generated summary data and tables, including exposures, outcomes, and covariates coded as per the common analytical data model. And then they submitted this to the coordinating center, so one data set from each country. And the final comprehensive data analysis on the combined data sets were again performed by the coordinating center using the standardized analytics that were agreed at the beginning of the study. So we jump to the learnings. We're not touching on the results. So as could be expected then, there were many different sources of heterogeneity, and that became apparent very quickly. For instance, coding or hip fractures turn out to be different. Some countries use ICD-9, either ICD-10, or even more frequently, country-specific coding. The coding of the medical treatments were also different. They could be according to WHO ATTT system, or they could again be country-specific. We could also see different practice of medicine reflected in the criteria for admission, patient admission, and available therapies for patients. It became clear that national reimbursement modalities sometimes also affected the coding systems used. Right, we took a four-layered approach to address this kind of heterogeneity. The first, as I mentioned, we standardized wherever possible. We had a common protocol, analytical data model, analytical program was provided by the coordinating center. But then we also realized we had to simplify the protocol. The outcomes were originally wider, but we decided to narrow it down to hip fracture only as primary outcome. Importantly, I think we relied on local expertise. The country sites on the top right here, database A, database B and C and so on, they used their own expertise to populate the data templates. So they had to fit their data into the shared template, if you want. We thought they were best placed to do that. And the last layer was that we provided standard instructions for the sites. So they followed the same written instructions across all sites for how to check for completeness, how to handle impossible data values, how to report on missing values, for instance. Lessons we learned, well, it is clearly important to have a statistical analysis plan with complete, accurate and clear diagnosis medication codes available as early as possible. And we found it's a good idea to develop the statistical analysis plan in parallel with the study protocol for consistency. Secondly, care settings and definitions varied considerably between countries. So to establish very clear definitions of fundamental concepts that appear obvious perhaps, but in practice the turnout is not so clear, that is critical. And in this case, it was important to define prospectively what was a hospitalization for hip fracture, for instance. Data collection methods vary. Some countries will have only population level denominated data for comparison, and not down to individual level. And the coordinating center had to have solutions ready for that kind of constellation. It's clear, I said there were a single statistical analysis plan, but some tweaks, some site-specific adaptations to that plan were necessary as data structure, data elements, and so on were different between sites. And last, in some cases, it was necessary to generate and provide programs in different programming languages for the sites. So I'll stop with that. Time is short. So Todd, my colleagues from Vertex, will mention the second use case. Todd, and I'll move the slide forward to your slide.
Thanks. I wanted to thank Mats and the group, Mats for helping me prepare the slides and the use case, and the group for helping me present late, a little bit later in the afternoon. It's still in the morning in the US. So I wanted to focus specifically on natural history studies as a reference on them for late phase studies. And the purpose of this slide is very similar, I think, to the theme of this workshop in terms of standardization, and in terms of standardization of kind of non-traditional data. And if I had to kind of provide one kind of catchphrase for this theme, it's really, what's old is new again. And as you can see, there's a couple things on the slide I'd like to point out. The first one, maybe if we can kind of point down to the bottom of the slide, there's this graph, this number of orphan indications approved in the U.S. In 1983 to 2018, and you can see, other than the 1980s when there was some new drugs, I think a lot of that was driven by HIV. As we move forward into the 2000 and 2010s, we can see that the number of orphan indications has really skyrocketed. Right, it's more than doubled from 2016 to 2018. And why I bring this up is obviously that there's a couple of kind of components with using a reference arm from a natural history study as opposed to a placebo-controlled study. So prior to 1950, we didn't have a lot of information about all of the studies, and we didn't always have the luxury of randomized control trial. They weren't as mature back then. And then for the longest time, right from about 1950 through about 1980, that was the gold standard, and there wasn't a lot of thought put into using real-world evidence and in particular natural history studies as a reference on for your late-phase studies. As we move into these more rare diseases, where it might not be, arguably, it might not be ethical, or it might not be practical, particularly given the prevalence of real-world evidence that we have with the emergence of electronic medical records, particularly in the U.S., where there was actually governance on this. We do have access to not only registry data, which we've kind of had for a while, but we can also design natural history studies to actually look at the course of the disease in a population where there maybe one isn't a standard of care, or two, the standard of care might not be something that steroids comes to mind, where there's a lot of kind of diseases where there's not a standard of care, where just kind of steroids are given. And so for this slide, I just wanted to point out the real kind of, I wanted to advocate for the use of natural history studies. This seems to be gaining traction, particularly in rare disease areas. I couldn't go into the exact example here, but Vertex is working on a couple of very rare disease areas where we don't know what the natural progression of the disease looks like, and we have the disease is so rare that we haven't, we have a very small N going into our phase 3. So our POC study has about 20 patients, and what we're doing is looking at. So if we look on that on the left-hand side of the slide, we have this historical control and we have this self-control, right? And I think the historical control seems to be something that lends itself well toward that more real-world evidence category. So I just wanted to summarize, there's kind of a lot here. I just wanted to summarize that one, natural history studies give us a way to compare the course of the disease with our, proposed experimental treatment without any intervention or without any risk to current patients. So I think that's a big benefit. One of the main challenges we have for natural history studies, particularly, I think actually throughout all the regulatory agencies, is that there's not a lot of standards, there's not a lot of guidance, and there's not a lot of working groups that are addressing standards for real-world evidence. So I just wanted to kind of summarize. I know we can read through this too, but the real argument for using natural history studies and even more than that, having standards and having guidance for natural history studies is that it gives us an opportunity to really look at how that disease would progress. And again, we're talking for ultra-rare populations, where the data from every single patient is highly valued, and the use of the placebo control arm, it's really a luxury, right? We don't really have the luxury of having these really severe diseases all the time. We don't really have the luxury of providing placebo as opposed to some kind of treatment for these patients. Especially when the treatment effect is transformative. So the use of standard data is often not possible, and thus the need and the advocacy to find acceptable formats for regulatory required data is critical. So I would like to pass it on at this point. I don't know if we'll take questions now or later, but thanks again for giving me the opportunity to kind of advocate for the use of standards in natural history studies.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Mats. Great presentation around the real-world evidence focus, the care settings that have varies between the countries, programming in different languages, often indication, as we saw here in the natural history, where that definitely requires data standards to be in place in order to aggregate that data, as we discussed here. We will probably have a little bit of time in the panel discussion to continue the questions. If some of those come up, we'll need to move on to the next speaker, which will be Jan Willem Boyden, who will have the researcher's perspective for the prioritization and use cases. Jan Willem, PhD, is a chemist by training, but spent his entire career in the interface between biomedical research at one hand and the IT informatics at the other hand, two worlds that are often very incompatible. He worked for over 15 years in pharma, and for the last 10 years as he's a senior program manager at Ligature, coordinating large health research data infrastructure projects in the Netherlands, lately under the umbrella of Health RI, the National Health Data Infrastructure. So Jan Willem, pleasure to have you here on the call, and the scene is all yours.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce the Health RI use case here and to give you a bit of a researcher perspective. So what Health RI is about is really nicely summarized in this in this scheme. So our ambition is to have a learning healthcare system where the patient of today is informing the treatment of the patient of tomorrow. And right now, it's still very difficult to have a fast feedback loop, and often there is 10 or 20 years between a finding and observation in the healthcare system and the change in the treatment in that same healthcare system. And with today's methods, it should be possible to do this a lot faster. And this ambition led to a national collaboration in the Netherlands between all the academic medical centers and everybody working in research infrastructure, in health research infrastructure. And we founded the national organization Health RI, and we were very fortunate to have last month a major funding from the Dutch government as part of the economic structuring funds. And so we should be able to build rapidly on our ambitions in the coming years. And it's based on a number of key principles which are outlined on this slide. So we want to reuse as much as possible of what's already there in terms of collaborations and facilities. We don't want to bring the health data in some sort of large database, but we would like to leave it at the source. And we realize that data governance and data protections are one of the first things to organize. Otherwise, no data will be shared. And one of the key objectives are federated machine learning, federated AI. And an important realization is that data quality and data standardization are really at the heart of this to be successful. And to illustrate that, it's good to look at a well-known case, a use case from IBM Watson. They were usually successful at IBM in various projects outside healthcare. So, for example, they beat the world champion of chess, Kasparov, with their software. They were able to beat the most successful human participants in the Jeopardy quiz show with their software. And then they moved their attention to healthcare, and in particular cancer. And actually they were not successful in that field. And that was not down to the software, but that was down to the data that was used to train the software. And that's an important lesson for all of us, so that data quality is very crucial. And when you use biased data, as was done in this use case, then you get biased outcomes. So the software will predict and will show the same biases we have been using all the time. So for Health RI, it's important to focus on data quality and data harmonization as a starting point. And in research, we do have a very fragmented field. So we do have many subfields. We deal with very diverse data types, and we therefore have many standards. And this cartoon at the right-hand side is well known, I think, but it still nicely illustrates what we shouldn't do. So we shouldn't try to come up with one universal standard covering everything, but we should make use of what's already there. And so maybe the FAIR principles are more important than data standards. So we must be able to discover data, and we must be able to judge whether that data is useful for our use case. So that's the definable part. We should then be able to see whether we can really use it. We are allowed to use it for our purpose. So the accessible part, and then probably the most difficult one, the interoperability. So the data should be offered with sufficient metadata to be able to interpret the data. But standardization to one standard is probably not needed. This diversity is also nicely illustrated with this website, fairsharing.org, a repository of standards, and the numbers here are already outdated. So when you go to the website now, you see already higher numbers. And not all of these standards are in the field of biomedical field. The majority is, and these are relevant standards. So it illustrates the fragmentation. And that also indicates that there is an educational problem. So we need to teach researchers how to deal with this. And this is a project from a few years ago already, where we started with this educational job. So it's a HANDS project, the Handbook of Natural Data Stewardship, which is actually a website organized between all the Dutch medical centers, and where we set out a common guidance of how we believe that researchers should deal with their research data in these centers. And it takes researchers all the way from their data management plan to the data publication and archiving. And it comes with very common principles, like that the researcher is responsible, him or herself. So the researcher is the data steward. That's something that many researchers don't realize, that they have an obligation to make the data available and in a standardized manner. They're really focused on getting the job done, get their PhD done, get their publication out, and go to the next postdoc. Part of this is also that there should be a good support network, so that these institutions also hire data stewards to help the researchers doing their obligations towards data standardization. So going to today's practice, a simple use case from last year where we, as a preparation for Halsey, started with a simple use case across the country, also basically prompted by the COVID pandemic. And we wanted, between the medical centers, collect the observational clinical data, so outside of a study context, and tune that into a national cohort for COVID. And we took a simple and maybe naive approach where we said, okay, we agree on a standard code book based on the World Health Organization, CRF, and we agree between all organizations to use the same code book. And then after a while, we noted that we still diverted because the centers started to improve the standards or to tweak the standard to their local situation, and the data was not comparable. So we had to go to a single code book based on the ISARIC standards and at a central place, and all the centers had to map their data towards this code book. So a job which we initially thought was a job of a few weeks was a job of half a year to get all the data harmonized. And it shows how difficult these standardization projects are in practice. And to illustrate this, we had to divert back to these difficult mapping Excel sheets with all kinds of color codes and columns and things like that, showing the hard work. So the devil is really in the detail. And what this illustrates is that making data fair, standardized, after the fact is very difficult. So you really need to get the job done from the start and do it right and provide sufficient metadata. So make sure that the data is fair by design. And this example shows how difficult that is. On the back of this, we had a project with one of the funding organizations in the Netherlands, ZonMW or ZonMW. And we agreed with them that they should provide with all the projects around COVID funded by them should make their data findable and accessible right from the start. And we used a tool called Seller for that, which is connected to the bioportal portal of Vocabularies. And we provided all these projects and their data managers with training where they could learn how to fill these forms themselves. And the nice thing is that from this form, we can automatically build up a catalog with the metadata of these studies. So with a bit of training, we could then build this portal of COVID studies funded by ZonMW in the Netherlands, and which is now up and running. And we are going to extend this approach to other funding programs from this health funding organization. So this nicely shows what you can reach in what you can accomplish in standardization when it's accompanied by a training effort. So looking at these use cases and many others, you see that data sharing is really difficult. And why is it so difficult? And we very much tend to focus on the technology and the data standards. But this paper from 10 years ago already outlined that the problem is not technical, but is rather ethical, political, and administrative. And probably the order is like it is here. So administrative is the most important problem. So people have their job, people responsible for the data, they have their responsibilities towards the primary use of the data. And now we ask them to also take care of the secondary use of the data. Yeah, and they usually don't have the time and the incentives to do so. And also they may have their own agenda, so they don't want to share the data. And then there are all kinds of data protection issues, so which makes them quite risk adverse, and they may think they are not allowed to do so. And then at the very end, there's the technologies. But every project focusing on the technology will fail when the other three aspects are not taken into account. And that's why we spent lots of effort and energy in Halsey in taking care of these first three. So that brings me to the last slide. So what are the lessons learned over the years working in these projects, and which we try to address in Halsey now? So data standardization is difficult, and each of these projects starts too ambitious. So you really need to be pragmatic and apply the 80-20 rule and take some shortcuts where needed. The holy grail is data capturing at the source, but that's really difficult. And also this clinical care data lacks structured data and has many blanks, so lots of data is not provided. And you need to provide the incentives for the data collectors, otherwise you will not get the data. And language may be an issue when looking at the internationally at clinical care data. Now, metadata, of course, very crucial, but is often missing. And then we often are faced in research with the situation that we have a nice collection, the data is nicely standardized, for example, for data quality, but then the legal basis is very limited and only allows to share the data within the original context. And secondary use, for example, for research is not considered. So we have the data is there, but we are not allowed to use it. And then data protection and particularly the fear for lawsuits and things around that really obstruct data sharing. So a crystal clear data governance is mandatory when you want to have a successful data sharing project. So that brings me to the end of my presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to present here.
Well, thank you, Jan Willem. I thought there were a number of really fantastic elements here that I hope we'll can find some time to bring up again, especially the 80-20 rule that people often overlook. And it's fun to use the data, but not really to document it, which keeps coming back. And then AI, I heard that again, with a little caution about be mindful about bias in data, because that can actually end up overpromising, underperforming. Our final speaker for this session is Peter Bachmann, who is head of International Liaison Office at the Bee Farm in Germany. Following the end of his second term as CMDH chair, he was asked to join the ITEU business and is currently a member of the EU NDB, a Sport TF, PMS, Big Data Steering Group, and several other IT groups, including acting as the Bee Farm Unicom coordinator. He is also involved in ICH and the ECMC team and the EU Lead Generic Discussions Group, and served currently as the International Pharmaceutical Regulators Program Vice Chair. So, Peter, over to you for this last presentation from the your perspective.
Okay, thank you for this introduction and the nice words. I'm not sure if I'm really a stakeholder representing the European Network Data Board. It's more part of the system, but we will see. Okay, so what is the European Network Data Board? It's, as I said, part of the European IT telematics structure, and you can find it in the red frame. So what is the task? Only to say it short, it acts as an advisory board, which reflects the program agreed by the telematics board and the head of agencies. And we are responsible to manage the policy principles and qualities that will ensure access to accurate and risk-free data and information. It's acting as a board. It's responsible for the development of data management strategy, data-related standards, including alignment with international standards, and the quality of master data referential. So SPOR. So as we said, we are currently implementing ISO IDMP in Europe via SPOR, and the SPOR task force is in fact a working party of the European Network Data Board. So, and also we have sensor support utilized with the IC tech. So if we are speaking about data, what we currently do with data is we are using data. And we have the standards. So in this way, and I have used a specific data field only to show the principles. So it's a marketing authorization holder. We have a defined data field. We have a standard for it. Everything is fine. We are using this data field in different projects with here, and I have some words on it. So as I said, implementation of ISO IDMP we do in the SPOR project, and one of the big chunks of the SPOR is a PMS, so the product management system, where we have all this information. So we are using data. The interesting thing is we are speaking about standards, and I have now heard it several times. But what you always forget is a standard is useless as long as we are not implementing it. And that's exactly what we have seen with PMS. If we implement a faithful standard, you get surprises because everybody thinks about a standard in a certain way. Never sure it fits. So we have to do some extensions to the ISO IDMP. And the other thing is data doesn't matter if they're not supported by quality. And the currently only business case for PMS is pharmacovigilance. And what we have learned is, if you're speaking about data quality, that the data qualities that we currently have in the system already is sufficient for pharmacovigilance, but is surprisingly not sufficient to run regulatory processes. And there was a surprise learning that the data quality for regulatory processes has to be higher than what you need for pharmacovigilance. I think that's an outcome which nobody has expected in this way. But it also says if you're speaking about data quality, it means we have to speak about data governance, because if you're in such a system, we are not only using data, we amend data and reuse data. So we have a higher expectation on the quality of the data, and we have to be sure that the quality is always reached. So what we have to speak is about data governance and how we get it. So about a real target operating model to create the quality and to stick with the quality of the data. So that's the one project. And we have said, yes, we are using for this FHIR. So using data in a structure which is governed by a FHIR message. The second project which we have set up is the DAGI project, so which stands for Digital Application Dataset Integration. And what is the meaning? It's a nice word. The meaning is we will replace the existing outdated PDF forms for an application with a system founded on data and a FHIR message. So if we are now saying, yes, we're doing this for DAGI and we have done this for PMS, the question is, are we now sure that we have, yes, how much data we have in both systems which are the same? And are we using the same FHIR interpretation for the data in both systems? And the answer is, I am afraid to say, currently we have assumptions, but we are not sure. So we are not even sure what is the overlap of the data in both sides that we are using. And we hope that the FHIR interpretation is the same because the message is the same company is behind it. But if there would be two companies, we were not absolutely sure. The third project that we are running, also mentioned several times, is the electronic product information. So SNPC, patient labeling, there we also have decided to have FHIR. But what we are currently doing, setting up this project, it's in fact a design study based on FHIR, not using any data. So it's complete free text, but also using FHIR. But we already know that the FHIR message we are using for API is completely different what we are using for DAGI and for PMS. But it's the same standard, it's FHIR. So, and then it turned out that we have forgotten something because you can change a marketing authorization holder, which is not a European harmonized project. It's completely up to the responsible agency. So either EMEA or pure national agencies. So it means we need something to do it electronically. So currently it's done on a pure national level, mostly on paper, but we need this data element because it can be changed. So back about data quality, and we have not even spoken about it. So the question for me is, even if we are speaking about, yes, we are using standards, we speak about the quality, we have to be sure that the interpretation of the standards is the same in different projects. So the simple question in this case is really FHIR? So as I said, we use it in project, but I think we have to transform our thinking. We have to think about the flow of the data, not about the use of the data. So if you're speaking about the use of the data, then it would be logical if we have a data field, we have a platform, which is then according to the same name, because it's logical, it's data application, data integration. Everything is in this word, which are using the data and providing the data for the different business cases. So they're not any longer independent IT projects, which are run in silos, but they're really business cases based on the same IT structure, on the same data elements. So you can have an application form out there, which then gives the data further on to the SPOR, PMS, or to the API, or the same with the change of the marketing authorization holder, or we can be different. But I think the important thing is we clearly have to realize that we are not using data, we have to follow the flow of the data, because that's the important thing. And only if we follow the flow of the data, we also can reuse the data because they're updated or whatever, but that's the flow what we have really to look for. So what are the visions that we should go along? I think it's short term. It's really say, yes, we already have structured data in the European Union or the European Economic Area. So use them, let them flow, see what's done, use it from one system to another one. So to connect different IT silos should be not too difficult. So we would really practice it, the flow of the data. On the long term, it's clearly say, yes, there are existing structured data that we don't have. And in some cases, the structure or even the data structures are not in our hands. Or if you're speaking about ICH, ICH is not a standardization organization, but what we agree in ICH is a standard used between the member states or the states involved in the project. So it's in fact a standard, despite it's not a standard. And I think if we are speaking about ICH, we know it's a long-term process. So if we would like to change something, we have to start now. We cannot say, yes, we would like to have structured data. Let's wait and this next. So we need a discussion now. So we have a dual branch, so to say, what we have to do. And if you're speaking about structured data where ICH is involved, then we have to speak about the manufacturing of a medicinal product. So we have heard it would be good to have data for the use of medicines, about availability of medicines, about the lines of support, supply chain, or whatever. But as a matter of fact, currently we have no structured data about this. So why? Because according to the ICH definition, which is then implemented in ECDD in Module 2 or 3, we have complete free text. So PDF is free text. It's to the best electronic paper, but nothing more. So it means if we are really going for a structured data approach, then we need to restructure the respective modules, so part of Module 2 and part of 3, in a different way. And we always have heard about, yes, we need data to analyze. But what I haven't heard is we still need the humans to understand for what the data are used, for what they are generated. And especially in our fields, authorizing medicinal products, it's not a yes or no decision. It's based on assumption, it's based on argumentation, because something could be good, something could be wrong, but then the argument is why it's still positive to authorize. So it's not a yes or no decision, which means we always need something human readable, which is the basis for the assessment, for the understanding of people. If we are not going to the idea, we use artificial intelligence for the authorization of medicinal products, which I would say I don't hope I will still alive if we are doing this, because it's a danger on presumptions that we are doing. So it means we have to restructure the whole thing about a human readable things, which we need for our assessors for the assessment, but also we need for our systems, for the machines, readable structured data for the manufacturing. And we need it for the active substance, and we need it for the medicinal product. So it means we now have to start the discussion about the restructuring of the, non-standard of an ECDD, really to get this. Do we already have the databases where we can use the structured data? My answer would be yes, because what we currently have on the table is a GNAS project, and one of the outliers of the GNAS project is the currently EU SAS project, which we are financing through the UNICOM. So do I have missed something which I am still in charge? No. So it's all based together. So it means we have already the tool. We only have to decide on the structure of the data that we can do it in, and then we have the possibility. So the important thing is, let's start it, look for the future, what we need, and start early. So, which has then as a result for me is, we have to move away from IT projects, because what we are doing with them, they are running in silos. Absolute silos. If I have a project, it's important to finalize a project. If it really fits or not, it's a project. So we have to go away. We need to go to a network business project, really say what we need, and then to decide what is necessary as IT tool. So The important thing is that we utilize the power of structured data, supporting our business processes, not the other way around. And I think that was the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Really, really appreciate the discussions here. Some of the challenges with what we perceive are identical standards in some users we could be challenged by. They may not really behave like that. There was actually a comment posted along the way by Hugh Glover, I think pointing to what you then covered in the slides, but just wanted to repeat it here, where he states that the basic FHIR standard provides building blocks to get true interoperability. It is essential to also provide an implementation guide for the specific business case. And I think, to me, I at least translate that into what you explained with is the data flow, right? It is really understanding how can you even improve quality through data flows and how to use those building blocks. I hope that's the right interpretation, but I fully agree with you in terms of that is really, as much as you can use the data throughout the lineage of the flow, the more updates you actually get through, rather than you send a block one way or the other way, and then you don't really know what data elements you get in the systems, right? So,
but I think we should not forget that FHIR has building blocks, but it also has a context.
Yes.
And I'm not so sure if everybody knows, if we are rearranging building blocks in a different context, if the outgoing message is the same. We hope so, but I think nobody has still proven this. That's what you see through implementation.
Great, thank you. I think, Nick, what we have planned for in this round now was just to bring up a board like we did in one of the previous workshops. I think it was the AI one, where we discussed some of the use cases. Maybe we should have a go at this, although I think we'll probably be struggling a little bit with filling it out, but should we give it a go anyhow, in terms of zooming into some of these and discuss the key priorities, and just spend the time on that for the next, let's say 20 minutes, but it would be like 2 minutes each for those who presented, and hopefully we'll just have a bit of discussion along the way without getting completely sidetracked. But I honestly think that there's so much rich material here that we need to synthesize some of that into something we'll be working more intensively with following this. And probably we start with the first we had from the patient perspective on this. So Marilena Vrana, if we could call you forward, if you're still on the call, on some of the perspectives that we should prioritize around the patient perspective. I think you had a clear approach on your priorities, right?
I'm not sure. No, she's not still on the call, I believe. No. So what I propose is, because we've only got a small amount of time, and not all the callers have remained, or the presenters remained. What I've done is I've captured all the use cases that have been mentioned so far, and also on the survey. And the idea, yes, was to ask them to prioritize. So I made some notes on the presentation Marilena gave about data quality, observational studies, AI. And I have further questions for her regarding whether that's related to healthcare data, so EHRs, whether it's the observational studies, whether it's common data model that she's interested in. So there's some follow-up questions to clarify exactly her use cases, and that applies to all the panel participants. So we can go to the ones that are still here if they want to raise anything else, that since they've heard what the others have said. But we also can offer the opportunity for participants in the workshop to raise questions to us now, since we only have about 15 minutes. I think it'd be a bit too rushed.
Oh, Marilena is actually on the call, but she's having mic problems, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I do agree with your proposal here that maybe we should go through some clarifications and a bit of discussion instead of... Marilena.
Sorry, there's a little bit of background noise. So yeah, in terms of the priority themes, yes, data quality was the number one area. The third area was artificial intelligence. And on the second one, I put the observational studies and clinical trials. If I understood, Nick, the question correctly, yes, many other colleagues in the participants, they also mentioned, like, for these studies, there needs to be like a common denominator for quality standards to be able to do these studies. But I think the last intervention about allowing data flow, and by doing that, you can kind of standardize or improve the quality of the data. I think that would be that's something that could make things work, I think. Thank you.
Okay. The other direction that I'd like to give is we need to take this from a perspective of what can the regulators do to support stakeholders in terms of either adopting a standard, developing a standard, or providing inputs. Because where we have our jurisdiction and we're able to make the choice, then definitely put that down and recommend that to us. Where it's outside of our jurisdiction, so where it's healthcare data being collected in EHRs, we can influence that discussion, and again, we can capture that, but we're looking at this from what the regulators can do to support everyone. So if we publish data, if you want that data in a structured format that you can use, again, that's a good use case. Tell us more about the data that you want from us. If you're sending us data that you want us to analyze and you want it to send it to us in this particular format because that supports the processing, again, that's a use case. And then it's the outside of that area, which is the real world data, which is the big area that's going to develop over the coming years.
So
do we have any
questions? Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, do we have any questions in chat?
I think we had one of them, and then I do have one I'm holding back on because that was a little bit different. But if we get Peter on the call, Peter Reinbeck for later, we'll definitely cover that. Just looking through whether there was actually, I think there was the one from Hugh Glover on the fire data standards. Yeah.
Okay.
So I definitely came across something that I heard a few times doing this. I mean, it was obviously that metadata and description around the data itself was something that again came up, and we may sometimes be looking at data standard from a very, very simplistic approach of saying it's just the structures, it's just the codes, but it's really also understanding the data itself and really be able to then use that afterwards, because there were a few cases where we heard about a care setting heterogeneity where that came up. Also with natural history, where you need to do it longitudinally, and although it may not always be data quality, it's really the ability to understand what drove the generation of that data. Anyone on the panelists would like to elaborate a little bit more about that if you had that part of your presentation, and just unmute and speak up. I think that would be fine.
Everyone, I'm Kelly Zoe. I actually mentioned about metadata specifically. You know, there was the HMA EMA workshop that had the draft document in terms of variety of aspects of, you know, metadata. For example, searchable databases and, you know, member states in the EU in terms of what type of data. And also in the early presentation, we talked about what type of data will be fit for purpose in terms of what type of purposes and therapeutic areas. And finally, in terms of metadata, the common data models to be adopted. And one thing that was not mentioned today was also the data visualization tool. So it's, you know, it's important to search for data, but at the same time, how do we initially be able to understand the data in terms of, you know, having some statistical methods, exploratory analyses, and visualization. Therefore, we think it's very important in this aspect to, you know, part of also data quality and think about how to access that data.
So it's the open question. Is that something we're missing in the data standards today? Do we actually see that in some of the data standards that support the metadata that really describes either at a quality level or at a different level? Any comments to that?
I'm happy to respond to that. I fully agree with Kelly that when we talk about metadata, we should identify both like the extrinsic metadata, which is more about how to use the data and what the data elements are. But the second very important point is the intrinsic metadata. So what type of data do we have? And for example, does database A or B have information about diabetes patients, or do they have certain measurements? So there's great value in building visualizations or dashboards across all the databases where you would be able to search. So give me all the databases that have BMI measures. We should be able to answer those questions. And we are trying to move into that area because of the CDM. We run like a standardized analytical tool that can create a catalog or create metadata and intrinsic metadata on these databases. And it's very valuable to have that resource for feasibility studies as well, I would say. So I'm fully supporting that idea.
So would that also be something that, towards some of the things that were mentioned a few times, data quality would help to inform us about the level of data quality, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So build standardized tools against the data model to assess the quality of the databases is very, very valuable. So we are working on a tool like that looks at the conformance, completeness, and plausibility of the data elements, for example, that you would see prostate cancers in females or that type of strange things that you should automatically identify those issues and make it very transparent that you have to take that into consideration for a specific analysis. Absolutely.
Right. Any other comments while we discuss data quality and metadata to potentially describe, visualize, analyze data quality?
And maybe, so it's maybe to add to that, I will turn on my video as well. So there are two other types of metadata to me that may be worthwhile considering. And so one is the metadata that actually describes the experimental conditions when performing and collecting the data. And I think one of the panelists showed the reproducibility problem. And one of the underlying causes, in my view, is lack of description of the experimental conditions, so that when trying to reproduce the experiment, you don't do it exactly the same manner because you don't have all the details. So metadata should be as complete as possible in that area. So that's one. And the other area of metadata that I would like to point out is the accessibility conditions. So it's often very, very hard to assess whether you're allowed to use the data, and then you spend quite some time in a data access procedure, a data governance procedure, to find out that you're not allowed to use the data because the access conditions don't allow you to. So the metadata should be clear on this point. And for example, when commercial usage is not allowed, it should be absolutely clear from, or whether then the informed consent doesn't allow research usage, should be clear from the metadata.
So we're also considering that part of what we need to have alongside with the technical data standards is also understanding use and reuse of data and what legal conditions, whether that is GDPR or something else, that really recites about that, and even having that machine readable. Is that what I hear you say? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this is about. And there are no standards in this area, so. And very often the devil is in the detail, but yeah, it would be great when we could standardize a bit on access conditions and how to code that in metadata.
Can I?
So I mean, definitely a couple of important and relevant things for us to consider as we talk real-world evidence, right? Where this primarily resides, the fact that we need to have a good grasp on the data quality, the representativeness of that data, the permitted use of that data. I think there was a few times brought to the discussion that there's also the quality by design that really comes with, and I think Iona, you also covered the one about the reproducibility and the prices around that, as has actually been quite a few times. But you also pointed to the fact that the importance of coding at entry, and I think that goes to some of the points where Nick said it's not really within our domain to define that is the way it should be done. But I hear you as a healthcare professional articulating that would actually be something that you would argue should be there. What are the stimulating mechanisms we should consider to really drive better quality by design at source, at collection?
Well, first of all, I think that we need to offer a system which is ready to use and easy to use for the people. So we need to work all together to find the simplest way to code. I think that this should be, it's very important for us. And also needs to have good connections with other systems, for example, with the, let's say, with the surveys or census or whatever that we can be conducted, so that we can make better use of better secondary use of the health records. This is something that the system should be simple, well connected, and also we need to train people to use this. And the training, as I was saying, should start very early from the medical school, so that we implement this pattern in people, that they use data standardization while they start practicing, and then keep it regularly reinforced through the continuous medical education that we are providing. I think that this is very important, because then people will start realizing the advantages of using a good data standardization process by the coding part, and then we can progress further. Otherwise, it will still be chaotic, because we don't have any legal ways to implement this. So it should come with a good offering, both in the terms of the system that we are using and in the education of the people that we are going to put the data there. So these are my views here.
Thank you.
A direct answer to this one. What this means that we need an agreed European curriculum for the, how to get doctors really working. So do we need a standard curriculum for all universities?
Yes,
that's outside our possibilities.
I know, but it should start early, because this is when you form the mentality of the people who are working into the healthcare system while they are still medical students. If they are not trained properly, that they should work in a very, let's say, high quality standardized fashion, then they will develop whatever they want. And it's very difficult to take a person who is 50 years old and try to teach him to code. Okay. I can tell you from the daily practice that this is not going to happen.
So it means it's a long-term approach, because for this change we need at least 25 years.
Yeah,
so my question would be what we can do in a short term. So could we have some tools which are suggesting terms?
Well, I think that we need to do some training modules, better training modules, I would say, at different levels of understanding. And again, we really need to simplify the system and adjust it to the needs of the people, because we have seen what we are offering to primary care is not working. So they keep telling us that the systems that we are delivering them, they are not working in real life. So we have to acknowledge them.
May I propose something here around this topic? Just to, I think I got one or two other things I just within the next 5 minutes probably like to cover before we need to close off, respectful of people's time. I'm happy we have Cdisc who joined us here today. I think it's important to consider the things that were brought up here that really goes to the quality at the time of capturing the data and driving standardization from there, because our secondary use of healthcare data in Europe will be affected by that. We need to make some of those informed either curricular development or approaches that we also need to consider, because otherwise we are probably left with a lot of technical interoperable data, but semantically and quality-wise not that interoperable. And that is obviously not useful. Having a lot of data with questionable quality is not really useful in a regulatory perspective. I think that almost goes without saying. Then less is actually more. So maybe for the European health data space to think about, and I'm unsure how far that is into the thinking, but definitely something that is of importance. There was just one thing, and then I need to send the question off to Peter. I just wanted to bring up, because I was positively surprised by the fact that we had both the patients and I think we had researchers with critical approach though, and we had industry talking about the use of AI that really can be facilitated through the use of data standards. And especially if I could get the industry perspective of that and then balance that into the patient perspective, just a few words on that. Really appreciate that. If there's any possibility that I just look at that, Vara, could you give a few words on that? I think you brought that up.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about maybe the metadata that kind of plays into it if you were talking about AI. Sure. You know, we're hearing a lot about tools, we're hearing about systems, interoperability, and actually it's probably more of a question than a comment. You know, even with metadata and even trying to have good data sets for AI to be useful, you know, what's the thinking strategically about using metadata as an example, like metadata strategy, right? So there's a lot of architecture, there's metadata standards, a lot of requirements, a lot of stakeholders with a lot of use cases. I'm just wondering from a more strategic perspective when it comes to data quality, what does feed into leveraging AI and other emerging technologies. Sure. What's your thought, Jesper and others, on this sort of more strategic way of approaching this to make sure that we have a strategy for metadata and for some of these other things to support what happens downstream?
Well, I think we are starting to see, or starting to see AI play a bigger role in the data quality assurance process, because that's where it really can be applied. So really mindful about that. We should be looking towards some of the innovation in that area, because obviously, as it was brought up earlier, with the 80-20% rule, obviously it's not sustainable to keep fixing the last details with 80% of the effort, right? What we normally do in data management or in quality assurance of data. So obviously any automation that can be in there should be really of value and something that's clearly measurable. But I think we need to look at what the innovation is in the field to really make a sound judgment about what direction that could take in. But we saw it during the AI workshop as well. That is actually an important role where AI could function well. So,
yeah, and if I could just piggyback off that last point, I think you said it best. You know, we have regulatory considerations, healthcare, other stakeholders. So it's going to really be important to know what that 80% is, and then what's in that 20%.
Yeah, that as well. That as well. I had one question. I just promised that, and it's probably related to the distribution of analysis, where we heard articulate a few times that data standards will matter. And I think coding and homogeneity rather than heterogeneity will also be an important role. But there was actually one thing that was brought up that I just briefly wanted to touch upon. And I think that was a question that we had from Asha Mahesh. It was actually to you, Peter Reinbeek. It was if you could please share the training academy details that I think you brought up earlier, because there's a lot of interesting training and federating learning model capabilities. So if you could put a few words to that, because that actually goes along with some of the discussions we have here too. So.
Sure, no, absolutely. Yes, we're building an e-learning environment. You can find it on academy.eden.eu, and it's a growing resource on indeed standardization of health data, but also the use of health data focused on the data model. But it's, I think, very interesting for people even outside of that space. So currently there are many courses there, and it will grow with input from stakeholders and We're even thinking about having data sources present their data within the Eden Academy, so you can learn more about their data, which I think is better than any catalog can bring you. So yes, I'll share the link in the chat now, so you can go to to that site.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, we're up on time. I really, really appreciate all the presentations here today. I think it gave us a lot of food for thought in terms of that data standards don't stand alone. And obviously, there are a number of considerations that we may want to kind of consider into our strategy approach. Some of it will fall, as Nick so rightly pointed out, that's actually within our domain, that's within our legal framework, or what we can do and recommend. And there'll be stuff where I really just hope that there will be others where they're driving that agenda in Europe. We'll be listening very closely to how to come up with suggestions and approaches to that, because we really need to consider quality at the point of capture and per design. That will be utterly important for the value of secondary use of data. We talked that in particular. And then we also had the considerations about implementation guides and data flows and how that can inform us in other settings with other data standards. I heard the product information coming up a number of times as one of the important use cases for the patients and for industry alike. So I think there are a number of cases where we can definitely single out priorities and be informed about what these priorities are. And in many of these, we are well aware that there are initiatives already underway. So that is actually really reassuring that we are not starting from scratch on all of these. And on that, thank you very, very much. And I'll hand it over to Peter and to, Peter and Peter for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Indeed, the double act of Peter and Peter. So first,
Okay, thank you,
hand back to Peter Bachmann. So as previously introduced, Head of International Liaison Office at BfArM, and Peter is a really, really, really important member of the network because he's the link between the EU Network Data Board and the Big Data Steering Group. So with those big, broad shoulders, Peter B., a few closing remarks, please.
Okay, many thanks, Peter A. So coming back to the old joke during the times of the CMDH, and as Peter A. was responsible for pharmacovigilance. Now, I think what we have done today is to start a discussion, and I would not expect that we will generate one standard. I think I have the feeling, at least, we need different strains of a strategy. So because one solution will not fit everybody. And I think we also have to keep in mind what even if we agree on a way forward, this will be not written in stone. And we have spoken a lot about flexibility and IT. And one of the new words in the IT world is agile working. I'm not always sure what it really means, but that's a new word. And I think we need some flexibility how to go forward. We should be really, really clear what we can achieve in a short term, in a medium term, and we should not forget about the long term. And I think we had the discussion about changing education of students in a different way or whatever. So I think there's a complete picture what we need to keep together. And one point, I think, to extend a little, we have spoken about electronic product information, and one of the items is availability. And we should also aware that medicines approved in a specific jurisdiction with a specific language will be also available in other areas with no adequate translation. And as we are speaking about medicines, we should not forget that there are other people around who are working on different technologies. And one of the technologies is really translation tools of the next generation. And we know that of the second generation is already working very well. What the systems always have problem is about specific terms used in specific areas. So if we can bridge this, I think we can also open this to a wider audience, what we can do with this information. And I think with these words, I would like to hand over back to Peter A. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter B. So as your host of this workshop on data standardization today, it's my pleasure to just say a few closing words. Within the EMA, we have a data vision where we say we wish to innovate to turn data into evidence for a healthier world. Now, medicines regulation has been the focus of our discussion on standardization today, but I think we need to focus or see that in the wider context of health policy, and I'm thinking particularly of the European health data space work that the Commission is leading. My sense is the time is now, and we have a fantastic opportunity to make a difference over the next couple of years to deliver on that vision for a healthier world, and clearly data standards and data standards strategy for the Medicines Regulatory Network will play a part in delivering that. Today we've heard from stakeholders on use cases and priorities, and clearly that's really important because the needs and the priorities of stakeholders should be the key driver of our priorities for standardization. We've also heard from the standards bodies, and I would say there's a rich world out there of opportunities of standards already developed or in development. Obviously, there's a few gaps been identified today also. I suspect many people that have listened to today's workshop will be thinking about the next steps. And in a high-level way, I can say that there will not be any further public consultation, but there will be targeted consultation, as Nick Halsey presented earlier, on specific recommendations where they may impact specific projects, for example. A first data standard strategy will then be consulted through the Big Data Steering Group and the EU Network Data Board, with a view to the first, so version 1.0, if you like, of this strategy then being adopted by the heads of national agencies and the EMA Management Board. As Peter Bachmann said, this is not the end of the story, this is the beginning of the dialogue, but we have to start somewhere, and this would be the first time the European Regulatory Network has adopted a data standard strategy, and we therefore think it will be very impactful, but will have to be living over time. And we will communicate to stakeholders how that will be kept up to date, how the governance will work going forward. Before we close, just a few quick thank yous to Nick Halsey, who has been the lead on developing the agenda and the content of today's meeting, to Gosha Dirka Grabowska and Jolanta Palepshe-Tiene, who have provided significant organizational support, to Susanna Gambitova, who's also supported the meeting today, and all the speakers and panelists who've been involved. Finally, of course, a really important thank you to everybody that's followed, that's engaged with this topic. You're clearly the people that are going to make this happen as the stakeholders, and a big thank you to you. On that note, thank you for today's workshop. A big thank you to everybody that's been involved. Have a great evening, and through collaboration, through keeping the dialogue going, let's see if we can deliver that future of a healthier world, and let's have a data standards to help us get there. So thanks very much indeed, and have a good evening. Bye-bye.